we blowing nose, let the smoke dance. Inhaling, exhaling with no hands. I go to ash, you hit my gold chains. My eyes be Asian, but I'm so French. Roll up the sticky parrot with some sushi. Write verses on my phone and dish the loosely. I just light it up like Snoop and Lil Tunechi. Sip gin and juice and now I'm chillin' loosely. Cause I love pot. All my homies know how to roll, call them dudes, and they grow my stack. I'm a grower and a shower, ask your girl, I bet she knows my spot. She like a green and we got it, you ain't got it, homie. Oh my God, oh my squad, but I love pot. All my homies know how to roll, call them dudes, and they grow my stack. I'm a grower and a shower, ask your girl, I bet she knows my spot. She like a green and we got it, you ain't bout it, homie. Oh my God, oh my squad, yeah. I just want a baddie and a little mixture. Like 50,000 likes on all the pictures. I want an ounce of butter, fifth of liquor. To take this broad into the fifth dimension. I mentioned a little birdie tweeted, we gon' hit this. So is this the butter, her eye isn't listening. I wish that I could post an image while I hit that. But in fact, I don't want the world up in my business. Cause Of course I have to update it. Which I wouldn't have been able to do on Dakota's laptop, so that's good.
Audio is live.
Yeah, because they don't have the mic in. Oh, shit. I know why.
Oh, that's good. Oh, Matheus right here. Congratulations on the victory. Kicking off an historic card here in Madison Square Garden. I guess what are the emotions after this win?
Thank you so much, guys. I'm so grateful to be here.
When you were facing with Slava Klaus, because he's obviously a very popular fighter and he gets these big spots quite a bit. He's known for his kind of wild style, kind of reckless fight, but he seemed maybe a little limited. The broadcast maybe thought there was something wrong with his knees in there. Did you feel like he was maybe a little more cautious in there from the fights that you had seen before?
No, I feel him like very experienced guy. I know he's very experienced, I try to do my game, but he's already like, he know that, like the grappling, but it was a good fight,
It seemed that his cardio maybe didn't carry him to the end. Maybe he was getting a little tired at the end. Could you also feel that in there when it reached the end of the fight?
Yeah, when I grapple him, I can feel that in between the rounds.
In that first round, it seems you were taking him down very easily. Were you surprised at how easy it was to take him down in there?
Yes, like when I shoot, I'm feeling very strong, but he's very slick on the ground, like he's slippery and he got the stand up again,
And in terms of your own career, I guess, what do you want next? Because of a win in Madison Square Garden against a popular fighter like Slava Klaus, usually you get a bigger fight after this. So I guess, what do you want next for your own career?
Yeah, I like to say I'm a soldier, whatever UFC call me, I'll be ready, no matter what.
Is there a time you want to return, like when you would want to fight again?
Yeah, probably February or April, whatever. Like if some fight pull out on December, I'll be here,
So it's right here in the middle. First of all, congratulations on your first UFC career win. Did you feel any extra pressure? Obviously, you want to win in the UFC, but also you're kicking off the main card, MSG, biggest card of the year. Any extra pressure than you normally feel?
Yeah, it's a lot of adrenaline, because I dream with that since kid, and I'm living my dream right now. So it's a lot of adrenaline, but it was good. I can control that.
I'm sure you probably dreamt of this moment, winning your first UFC fight. Just overall, what do you assess, your overall performance? How do you grade yourself?
It's like a dream, like I didn't believe yet, maybe a few hours to come to the reality, and I'm so happy.
His best moment in the fight was late in the second. He seemed like he started coming around a little bit. You went to your corner. Your coach gave you a real inspirational speech. Is that what you needed at that moment?
Yes. He talked about my father, this motivated me a lot, to chase my win, like my dreams.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Matheus, right over here. I just want to add on to that. It seemed Nick Sick said something to you like they're going to put adversity in front of us because they want us to handle it. It sounded like something that you guys had kind of talked about before and something that you had known. Like, what's the meaning behind that?
Can you repeat, please?
When is that a regular thing that Nick Sick will say to you? They're going to put in adversity in front of us because they want us to handle it. It seems like a motto of yours, maybe.
Yes, because he said that because since kid, I struggle a lot with a lot of things, and always I come forward from that, and he remind me that, this motivated me, to keep working, always getting better, you know what I mean? In between the rounds, he telling me that.
And lastly, obviously, tonight was your first UFC victory. Just how important was it for you to come out here to Madison Square Garden and get the victory tonight?
This means a lot to me, I'm so grateful to be here, like it's like a dream, man. I cannot explain to you, when you're a kid and you dream of something, in Brazil, a lot of kids dreaming to be a soccer player, but I am since kid, I'm dreaming to be a UFC fighter, that's my first win and means a lot to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's your favorite UFC fighter?
Jose Aldo. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Back there. Okay.
Right next to that.
It's good.
You can move up if you want to. Yeah.
You good?
Yes. Let's go.
Baisangur, right here. Congratulations on the win. Before we get into the actual fight, how's the pizza?
Thank you so much. Very good pizza.
I remember after your UFC debut, you were a little critical of yourself. You weren't exactly happy with your performance. So after getting your second win here in Madison Square Garden, how would you grade your performance?
После дебюта я помню, что ты не очень был доволен своим выступлением. Сейчас было второе выступление. Как себя ощущаешь? Что думаешь про свое выступление второй раз?
That's still no good fight, but it's finished. I had problem before this fight. I had injury, but no bad fight. That's okay. Third round finish, no bad.
Can you say what injury it was?
Можешь сказать, что это было?
Yeah, left leg ankle. Yeah, 1 month before I got injured, hard injured, but I wanted fight, and I did fight.
How did that injury affect the game plan at all before this fight?
I can post it later Instagram. You can see it. It was a really hard injury.
Как оно повлияло на твое выступление сегодня?
Like 1 month, like 3-4 weeks, I didn't wrestle, did not normal sparring. I cannot do a defend wrestle with this leg, and I cannot shoot this leg, and I just wanted fight, and I fight and win.
So you said in there that your coaches didn't want you to wrestle to stay striking. Is it because of the injury? And if you weren't injured, would this have been more of a wrestling heavy attack?
Ты сказал, что твои коучи не хотели, чтобы ты боролся, чтобы ты больше стоял на ногах. Это из-за этого, из-за этой травмы? И если бы этой травмы не было, то в бою было бы больше борьбы?
Yes, 100%. They say don't wrestle, but I don't know what was this guy, my opponent game plan. Why he tried to? He didn't try to wrestle me. Didn't try to knock me out, knock out me, but he just
Help.
Yeah, help me.
I was going to ask, it seems like he wanted a clinch against the fence. And even Daniel Cormier was saying it looked like he was playing it safe and away from danger. So that did surprise you in there.
Кормер даже сказал, когда комментировал, что он как будто пытается быть в безопасности, держав тебя в клинче, все время опасается тебя, таким образом оберегается от твоих ударов.
Да, я тоже так думаю. Я думаю, что он просто терял время, хотел, чтобы этот бой просто так закончился, чтобы он не улетел в нокаут, но не получилось.
Yeah, I think the exact same thing. I agree with Daniel Cormier. He was just trying to spend the time, make sure the time runs out. He was trying to just hold me the entire time and get a win that way.
When he was, striking with you, you were smiling and kind of laughing. And even when he connected with a huge elbow, you just kind of laughed it off. So was anything in there? Did anything in there he had like kind of surprise you? And like he was better at it than you thought, or like I guess why were you laughing in there?
На все его удары, даже когда сильно получилось локтя, ты в основном просто улыбался, как будто бы тебе они вообще не мешали, как будто они тебе никакого урона тебе не наносили. А было ли что-то в бою, чем он тебя удивил вообще?
Nothing like surprise. I like when I fight. I like this, and I got energy when I fight. It's, как сказать, я заряжаюсь энергией, когда дерусь.
It energizes me when I fight in the fight itself. It energizes me.
You knocked him out with your hands, but you were finding a lot of success with that front kick to the body. Was that the game plan coming in?
Ты вырубил его с руки, но у тебя очень хорошо проходили с ноги удары тоже. Это была часть плана?
Yeah, it was. I wanted to knock him out with this kick, but this guy was a really strong guy.
And you called out Bo Nickel. He's obviously fighting later today. Did you run into him at all throughout fight week or actually get to speak with him?
Ты вызвал Николя, он сейчас дальше будет драться сегодня. Вообще за эту неделю у тебя получилось с ним как-то встретиться? Ты с ним пересекался?
Yes, I saw him a couple of times. Didn't talk with him, but when you do weight cut, you don't want to talk with someone. It's after we can talk.
So you're obviously very famous for your quick turnaround for your UFC debut. How quick of a turnaround do you want now? I know you had the injury, but I guess when would you like to fight again?
No quick. I need full camp. Like after 3-4 months. No quick more.
Maybe on the same card with Hamzat?
Same card with Hamzat? Maybe. When he fights. Tell me if you know.
Sursukaev right over here. This is your fourth fight of 2025, your fourth finish of the year. How has your life changed outside of fighting?
Четвертый бой в этом году, четвертый финиш. Как изменилась твоя жизнь вне боев?
Guys, nothing. When I understand I'm a little famous each fight when I open Instagram on only that moment. But usually time in Florida, I'm a guy like 5 months ago, and same shit, training home, nothing more.
And then just for the record, are you willing to fight Bo Nickel no matter how his fight goes tonight, win or lose?
Просто хотел узнать, с Бо Николом ты готов подраться, победит он или проиграет, вне зависимости от результата?
If he loses, I don't have interesting fight with him.
Right in the front. Obviously, I want to go back to the Bo Nickel. You want to fight him, but why particularly do you want to fight Bo? Like, is there something about him you don't like?
Понятное дело, что ты назвал его имя, Бо Никола, но почему именно с ним ты хочешь подраться? Что-то тебе не нравится в нем? Почему именно этот человек, с которым ты хочешь биться?
No, he's good, maybe good guy, good fighter, and I think I can beat him easy. He's a famous guy. I want to beat someone like him, famous. He's a wrestler. I do easy fight with wrestlers.
Obviously, you said some pretty bold statements saying you want to have multiple title defenses and stuff. I mean, it makes me think of all the people in the past. Brandon Vera said things like this. Macy Barber said things like this. They came up short. Why are you different?
Многие, ты сказал, что ты хочешь защитить титул, получить титул, защитить его многое количество раз. Уже были такие ребята, как Брэндон Вера, как Мэйси Барбер. Они говорили, что хотят получить титул и защитить его много раз, но до сих пор до него не добрались. Почему ты отличаешься от тех людей, которые уже это говорили?
I don't know who these guys. I need to see these guys. Maybe after I will tell you.
I don't know who those people are, basically.
Okay. Obviously, in your first fight, everyone makes a big deal about you getting briefly hurt. Do you think people exaggerated that and that's just a part of fighting?
В первом бою было такое впечатление, что тебя чуть пошатало, и очень много людей на этом сделали акцент, что вот, ему тоже попало хорошо в первом бою. Кажется ли тебе, что они слишком много акцента, слишком много внимания на это обращают, что это просто бой, такое бывает у всех?
Of course, I'm a human too. I can maybe if I will stay someone beat me, I can go to a knockout. But I'm not robot. Yeah, I'm a fighter. A lot of times at gym, someone knock out me. A couple times, not a lot of times, guys. Of course. Yeah, это.
Часть игры. Часть игры.
Да, это часть игры, я хотел сказать.
So it's all part of the game, you get hurt once in a while.
Congrats on an incredible knockout.
Baisangur over here. So you've trained with Nasruddin Imavov. I know you're very close with Hamzat. How would you predict a fight with those two would go?
Between those two?
Yes.
Ты тренировался и с Имамовым, и с очень хороший приятель Хамзата. Если им двум придется драться, как ты думаешь, пройдет тот бой?
Я не знаю, я не могу сказать. Я бы не хотел, чтобы они сейчас подрались. Я думаю, скорее всего, Хамзат поднимется и заберет пояс у Алекса Перейра. Насруддин станет чемпионом 84.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't really want them to fight. I don't want to see them fight. What I think will happen is Hamzat will go up and take Pereira's title, and then Nasruddin will become the champ in 84 kgs.
Makes sense. And I know you haven't been back to Chechnya in a long time. How special will it be to fight in front of your family one day?
Я знаю, что долго уже не был в Чечне. Насколько для тебя будет классно подраться перед твоими людьми еще раз когда-нибудь, чеченскими?
Подраться в каком смысле?
Чтобы они видели твои бои, чтобы ребята из Чечни, чтобы люди из Чечни могли увидеть тебя.
Когда я подерусь?
Да. Не просто по телевизору, а прийти на событие.
Я не понимаю.
Если ты давно не был в Чечне, давно не был дома, насколько для тебя будет важным когда-нибудь сделать так, чтобы они могли попасть на твой бой, видеть, как ты дерешься?
Я пытаюсь, я не могу всю Чечню сюда привезти. Я пытаюсь своих родителей, свою семью сюда как-нибудь привезти, сделать им визу. И если получится, я буду очень счастлив. И я думаю, до следующего боя, скорее всего, получится их привезти и перед ними подраться.
I try. I can't bring the entire country of Chechnya over here, but for the people that are closest to me, like my parents, closest family, I'm trying to get them visas so they can come to the country. So hopefully, the sooner the better. Maybe next year I'll be able to fight in front of them.
Байсангур, привет, с победой.
Привет, спасибо.
Я думаю, что он имел в виду просто коллега, что провести бой где-то в Абу-Даби или там в Сауде, может быть, чтобы больше твоих земляков смогло посетить, чем здесь, вот, например, в Штатах. Я думаю, такой вопрос был. И сразу перехожу тогда к своему вопросу. Что-то поменяется вот к следующему бою? Ты сказал, ты постоянно во Флориде находишься, там 3-4 месяца кэмп. Будет ли он где-то, может быть, в Пятигорске, там, при Эльбрусе, или все время будешь дальше продолжать тренироваться во Флориде?
Is anything going to change for your next camp? You said that it's going to take about 3 or 4 months. You want the camp to last for about 3 months or so. Is anything going to change? Will you be able to go back home and train maybe somewhere home, or will the entire camp stay in Florida like it has been before?
Приветствую. У меня сейчас документов нету, не могу выезжать из Америки. А так я был бы счастлив поехать домой, потренироваться у нас дома. У нас дома, я считаю, намного лучше тренировки, чем тут. И намного больше спарринг-партнеров. Как только я смогу, я домой полечу. А так, я думаю, когда Хамзат прилетит, я буду ему помогать и вместе готовиться. Но не знаю, когда это будет.
You know, unfortunately, right now I don't have the papers to leave the country and train over there. Obviously, I would love to do that. I think the training camps home are much better. There's lots of really good training partners and sparring partners over there. But for now, I think I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to wait for Hamzat to come over here and start his camp, whenever that is going to be, and train with him and train with his guys. And I think it's going to be great.
Спасибо.
Все.
Over here. So you after you're waiting for the decision, and everything, you're feeling good and everything. And I see you go over to the side of the cage. You're signaling to a bunch of people in the crowd. Is that like your crew?
Yeah, that was my family over there. My entire family, mom, dad. I'm one of 5 siblings, so there's a lot of us and my 2 nephews. And obviously there was a big crowd, so I had a hard time finding them right away. But man, I can spot them from a mile away.
Did you get to see them like afterward or?
I haven't gotten to see him yet, but as I was exiting the tunnel, I was they were like right above me, and so it was super sweet moment. I mean, even seconds like that are seconds that I'll never forget.
What did you think about kind of this litmus test here against a veteran like Angela Hill and someone in the rankings? Now that you were in there, and I know you were disappointed in yourself, you didn't get the finish, but what did you think as far as kind of how you measured up to this level?
Yeah, I think personally, I'm always a finisher. I'm always looking for finishes, so I am a little disappointed in that. I'd love to go back and rewatch it. I think my performance was very dominant, all 3 rounds, but I expect more from myself. But I am excited to be able to take this win in New York City and move forward. And I think fighting Angela and fighting her the way I did is going to greatly prepare me for what's ahead.
What was the experience like for you? Obviously, you're still kind of in this moment that I'm going to ask you about, but you and Erin Blanchfield fighting in the same card. She's about to be going basically after this fight. What's it like for you right now as you kind of deal with all these nerves that you probably still have for your friend?
Oh my gosh. I mean, before I walked out, like Erin came into the room, and it's kind of like crazy. I mean, I'm going to walk out to a fight. You're just coming in. You still have like a couple hours before you fight. And we just kind of like shook hands, and I think we just looked at each other like, let's go, let's do this, and you could just, without much words even being said, you could just feel the intensity. And I feel like Erin's going to put on a massive performance tonight. She's going to show the world why she deserves the title next. And man, I wish she was fighting right now, because I'd be like talking to you and watching her.
Well, I was going to say, are you hoping that we can get you out quick, and where are you going to go if you can?
Oh, I'm going straight to the locker room. Maybe I can sneak in the corner. Maybe they want to know.
Thank you.
Team right here. I know we talk about like litmus tests, and Angela's like a veteran in the sport, but what was it like when she made her debut when you were 14? So I guess like what was it like fighting someone with that much experience in there?
Oh my God, that is so crazy. I didn't know that. I feel like my jiu-jitsu career really prepared me for a moment like this. I was 14 fighting people that were like 30, and sometimes I win and sometimes I lost, and I'd always go back to the drawing board and reevaluate and see where I can get better. And so I feel like the years leading up to now, and always fighting women that were tougher than me, bigger than me, older than me, just everywhere, I feel like I learned how to deal with that mentally, physically, emotionally. Obviously physically, because I was like, oh my gosh, I hit her with everything, and it was like I was hitting bricks, so I feel like my mentality going into this fight was I knew how durable she was going to be. And it wasn't just putting her out. It was like, how can I just like drown her out? And I feel like that's exactly what I did.
Do you think it'll come full circle and you'll have to fight someone like 12 years, 15 years from now that
Oh yeah. And I can't wait for moments like that. Like I always like look ahead, and I'm like, man, I hope I fight somebody like me one day, so I could get a taste of my own medicine. But until then, I plan on finishing everybody in my way.
And you said, you knew how durable she would be and everything. You just talk about that spinning back fist and the head kick at the end, because I think like anyone else would probably have gone out.
Oh my God. I was like, all right, this is it. I was like, I got it. My hoops are up so much. I was like, I got her now. It just goes to show like who she is. Her resume really speaks for itself. I mean, I feel like people say that a lot, but I really realize it now fighting somebody like her, that her resume is no lie. Her wins, her losses, even just the tough fights she's been through. I mean,
yeah,
she's like going to be 41. I'm 25, she's tough as rocks, but I'm just super excited to be able to share the cage with her.
And then like last one on Angela, you said, you knew it would be tough and veteran. She's seen everything in there, but like round 2, she clearly made adjustments and was stuffing the takedown. Did you kind of I'm not saying were you happy that happened, but like you must have had to change game plans on the fly and kind of show other avenues of your game too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, she changed her game plan. It's great. I mean, that was, I think for me, like, I'm so happy that was a tough fight for me, because I feel like I'm going to be able to go back and really learn so much from that. But hey, listen, I have a great team behind me, great corner. And I knew that I could overcome adversity. And that's exactly what happened. And as she's changing her game plan, I'm changing mine.
And last one for me, 3-0, 2025. How would you grade your 2025?
Like 95% out of 100. It would have been 100 out of 100 if I got it finished, but I'm going to say 95. How would you rate mine?
I mean, it's pretty hard to go 3-0 in one calendar year in the UFC.
All
and then cap it off in Madison Square Garden.
Okay, I'll take
perfect.
it. Thank you.
Fatima right here. So you were critical saying that you're not too happy with your performance, but I mean, I see you taking on a crafty veteran who's really tough. And to me, it was like a pillar to post performance. You won the boxing, you won the kicking, you got the takedowns, you dominated the grappling. Why are you so critical? I thought you looked amazing tonight.
Thank you. I feel like I don't know if I'm remembering it right or I'm just really hard on myself. I feel like I got to go back and watch it because I feel like everybody's saying like, oh, you did so well. Even my coaches were like, why are you so upset? I just think I have just really high expectations for myself. And I guess maybe when I don't reach them, I'm not as happy. But I don't want my feelings to ruin my moment. So I'm trying to be like, oh, I did it. If I see a number 12 next to my name next week, I forget I was ever unhappy.
Obviously, this card is loaded top to bottom. The UFC can only do so much promotion, so many people. But there was a bunch of prospects that got a lot of attention this week. You didn't really get that. I mean, you've got one loss in your career. It was short notice, up a weight against a stud. I mean, do you think the UFC kind of missed the opportunity and that you should have been the prospect getting the attention?
Yeah, I do think so. I think when I see things like that and maybe other people getting more attention than I am, I just try to really stay stale-minded and know that God has a plan for me and that, hey, if they don't want to believe in me now, I'm going to make them believe in me. And if it's not now, it'll be my next fight or it'll be my next fight. So I think my fights are going to speak for themselves. I feel like they already do. And I know when it's my time, it'll be my time.
So at 25, you're at that age where you're not even in your prime yet. You can still make big leaps and improvement. I mean, it's hard to see where you can improve, but obviously I'm sure is there something you like, I need to work on this and I'm going to be better at this next fight?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I walked out of that cage with like 300 things that I could have done better. Even though I think I did really well. Yeah, I'm going to keep those to me though. I don't want to be spilling out my secrets to the rest of 115 because I'm coming after everybody that's ahead of me now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just one here from me. Talk about, what a tough fight it was. And I guess it's a twofold question. One of the judges did score the second round for Angela. So I guess what was your mindset going back to the stool after the second round? Did you ever feel in danger in that round? And then when they read the scorecards, what was going through your head?
Man, that's crazy that they scored the second round for her. And I feel like that's exactly something where which makes me think like, oh, I didn't do so well because previous to like Jasmine, I've never even lost a round. And so when I hear I lose rounds, gives me like the ick. I really don't like it. But I wasn't too worried about the decision, honestly. I mean, I think my takedowns in the first round made it obvious. My ground and pound, my takedown in the third round made it obvious. I think I was really piecing her up on the feet. And this is exactly why I want to finish people because I don't want to leave anything in the hands of the judges. And obviously not everything's going to go exactly the way you want it to. But trust me, I'm going to be pushing hard to be finishing people even more now. If you saw a little bit of what I could do earlier this year, ain't nothing you're going to see in 2026.
CFFC champs are doing very well tonight. I don't know if you saw everybody so far 3-0. There's one left to go. Do you guys have a sort of a kinship amongst CFFC veterans when you guys see each other in the UFC?
Yeah, I mean, I've come across Kyle a couple times. It was cool. Me and him actually were on the same CFFC card. Like, I don't know which card exactly it was, but we shared a card together. And so I think it's really cool to see like familiar faces that came from like the local scene now in the UFC. And yeah, I'm really glad that he's been able to obviously get in and do really well.
Do you keep up with them? Do you still follow the CFFC and watch some of the bets? I know that the relationship with the UFC is starting to get a lot closer, but I don't know if you keep track of them. Do you see more people from the CFFC coming up to the UFC?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like I really do try to follow amongst the people that helped me get to where I am today. And CFFC definitely gave me that platform. Obviously, I was able to take home 2 belts with them. And so I feel like without the people that gave me that chance, that I wouldn't be where I am today. And so, yeah, I'll support CFFC, and I go to their shows here and there in Philly and in Jersey. And so, yeah, I'm just, watching other people's careers succeed bring me a lot of joy.
Fatima over here. Congrats on the victory. I know one thing you take a lot of pride in is being an aunt to 2 twin boys. How special was it to win in front of the whole family tonight at home?
That might be my favorite question so far. Yeah, I felt like as soon as I won, I was looking for them right away. I mean, secondary, first to my career is my family. My family's the only reason why I am in this career. They put me in this at such a young age, and my dad has worked in the city his whole life. And when I was like 16, I was driving to him in the city to work with him before I was in the UFC. And people would always be like, what are you doing here doing like commercial flooring? Like, go achieve your dreams. And I just feel like it's come full circle now, being in Madison Square Garden and being able to fight in front of my dad and my family and being a role model to my nephews, I feel like I really want to be somebody that they could look up to as they get older, and almost like, yeah, just, see me as somebody they could run to and look up to.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fatima over here. Hi. For 115 significant strikes, 4 takedowns, is there anything specifically that maybe you were looking for next in an opponent?
Everybody, everything, anyone. I'm just excited to see what top 10 holds for me. I'm hoping I take that number 12 spot next week. I do think I deserve it. Yeah, I plan on improving everywhere. That's a lot of significant strikes and good amount of takedowns. But again, I feel like I could do better and better. I want to do better and better. I plan on shocking everybody every time I fight them. I never want to be predictable. I never want anybody to feel like they've got me. And I never want to give a round away.
At the end of the fight, you had a pretty crazy combination where you're getting up from a takedown and you landed a wild spinning back fist to a right high kick. Do you just walk me through like the last minute of the fight for you? It seemed like you were really going for that finish at the end.
Yeah, I was going for it because, man, I was desperate. I just wanted to finish. I mean, I love winning, but I think there's nothing like finishing. I feel like it's just like a super sweet moment when you're able to really take somebody out. It sounds crazy, but that's that's what it is. I just heard my coaches telling me to go. And again, I didn't want it to be close. I didn't want it to be even. I didn't want to be a split decision win. I wanted a finish, if anything, unanimous. I wanted to make it obvious. And so when I saw her down, I was just like, oh, yeah, this is it, And the head kick landed as clean as could be. And it was like, it didn't even hurt her. And I was just like, in a way, I was shocked that like, oh my God, how much more damage does this girl take? But on the other hand, it was like really getting me like, all right, I will start throwing bricks, And so, yeah, I mean, I'm just happy that the fight went the way it did. I did get that unanimous decision. And yeah, she is like, man, really a brick wall.
I mean, got the oohs and ahs from the crowd, even though if you didn't get the finish. But congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Good, Kenny? Good, Lee?
Yeah, he doesn't want to go in that.
Oh, sorry.
Kyle, you're good. Congratulations on the victory. I guess, what can you take away from, a blistering performance like that? We've seen these before, and even if it's quick, fighters always pull something out of it. So I guess what do you pull from that win?
Man, just being more patient on my feet, I think it was. I know last fight I was kind of patient, but I knew I kind of had to get to him quick. This fight, we knew Gerald didn't really press forward too hard, so I kind of had more time on my feet to kind of focus in, zone in. When I kind of pressed forward, he didn't back up, so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna let something go, and it landed.
Well, you said in your post fight, you just said, I'm more comfortable in your striking. So I guess was that a conscious decision, like preparing for Gerald, or is that just like, at this point in my career, like I really finally have to get comfortable?
Yeah, at this stage of my career, where I am, I know I have to evolve. The sport's ever evolving, so that's something that I've always been working on. I started out actually kickboxing. I have 2 kickboxing fights, and jiu-jitsu just happened to be the route to go in MMA. But yeah, I always have it as backup. A lot of people haven't seen it, but now it's showing, so it feels great.
So how much of this camp was striking, or was it, normal?
A lot of it was just striking. Like I'd say it was like 90% striking, and then about 10% like anti-wrestling. That was about it.
Sure. And I'm not knocking Gerald, but is it because, Gerald's not, known for his striking ability in there that you could kind of really focus on that, knowing that both of you guys have such high level jiu-jitsu? It's not like you have to kind of game plan for that aspect of it.
Yeah, again, like you said, nothing against Gerald. He's an amazing fighter, very good. He's got a lot of fights. He's very experienced. Those guys are very dangerous when you're in there fighting against them. But his striking game really never evolved. If you look at it, it's kind of always been the same. So I knew I could take advantage of that. Yeah.
Did you get a chance to talk to Gerald after? I know he's kind of going through some stuff with the loss of his coach, Duke Rufus, and everything.
No, I did not. I rest in peace to Duke Rufus. He's a great guy. I know he started there, and I know he was down at Killcliff, and now he's at Valley Flag. I think that's who he is, somewhere like that. Yeah. No, I spoke to him a little bit afterwards. I just said I respect you. I'm very grateful that he took the fight. I respect all these guys that step in the cage. It takes a lot for us to go through a 10-week or 12-week camp and step in the cage in front of all these people and, win or lose or, get a draw or whatever. But yeah, I respect all my opponents, but when we're in there, respect's out the window.
Any word from your wife yet?
She's in the stands freaking out. So, I mean, she could be having a baby right now. I'm not really sure.
I was going to say, I don't have experience with it, but I would imagine excitement like that
it might set something off. She's right there. She's at 36 weeks, so she's right there. But I mean, hey, I have an hour and a half ride home to Philly, so I could be home in time for the pay-per-view. So maybe either that or we're going to the hospital, so I'm not sure.
Respect to her for coming out last one, big win, knockout or submission win in MSG. Kind of your career is only going to go up from here. I guess what's next for you? Man,
for me, the sky's the limit. I feel this is something that I've been working towards my whole life. I really have, and it's just showing. There's a lot of guys that are coming up now in this game that are very good and are very talented, and I feel like I'm one of these guys. So I'm just very thankful.
Boy or girl? Which one's
boy? I have 2 boys now. Yeah. So I've won this 2. I have a 2-year-old right now, and I have another boy on the way.
And do you have a name picked out?
We do. It's Cal. So it's K-A-L. So I'm K-A-D. Like my initials. My wife is K-A-D. Her initials. My son is Kai Alexander. So this one will be Cal Atlas. So,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Right here at the front. Congratulations tonight.
Thank you.
I want to go back 3 years ago. You were cut by the UFC.
Yeah, man.
Fast forward 3 years later, you got 2 stoppages in under a minute. You're in Madison Square Garden winning. I mean, talk me through your mindset when you were cut then that, to put yourself in a situation these years later.
Yeah, I knew it was something that when it had happened at first, I knew I was, obviously I was upset about it and annoyed about it. But I told myself I can either stay here and be annoyed about it and just harp on it the whole time, or I can make them think it was a mistake and just keep winning and get back here. I really just want to show that my career and my lifestyle is something that is an example of guys that, they struggle in their life and then they come back. That was a struggle that I had. I was cut from the UFC, and I was going to tell myself, like, this isn't how I'm going to finish my career. I'm not just going to be a regional fighter for the rest of my life. Like, I'm going to get back to the big stage and I'm going to make a statement. And that's just kind of the momentum that I've had. I'm on a 6-fight winning streak now, so it feels great.
And during the fight, obviously, there wasn't a lot of action.
Yeah.
It was obviously, well, there was a lot of action, but it was very quick.
Very quick, yes.
You put in the submission. At one point, you look up at Herb Dean and you said something. Was he saying he was out?
I thought he was. So when I grabbed him and locked him up and I started to squeeze him, like he kind of shifted a little bit and it felt like he went limp. So I said to Herb, I was like, I think he might be out. And then as soon as Herb checked his arm, I guess he stopped it because he tapped. I didn't feel a tap, but he did tap.
Obviously, right after this, you'd be on dad duty.
Yeah.
How long? I mean, it's a turnaround because obviously your life is going to change even more with the second baby.
Definitely. Hey, I told myself that I'll be ranked by the middle of next year. So whether they give me a ranked opponent next or, they give me somebody who will get me there, that's going to be the goal. Yeah, my wife is due with the baby soon. So we'll take a couple months of being a father of two and then kind of just going from there.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kyle, over here.
Yep.
So you get the knockdown, and then there's, I don't know, maybe there was a beat or something like that, but it almost looks like I could decide where I want to go with this submission, and then you dial up the Darce Knight. So, I mean, was there any sort of like thinking there, or was it really all instinct?
It was kind of, it was instinct. Like, I won't say that I was in there like solely focused in. I knew when I hit him, he went to the ground, and it was kind of just second nature to just jump on top of him and look for a submission. That's kind of what I do in these fights. I hurt these guys, and then I just kind of jump to a submission because I know that they're vulnerable in those positions. A majority of the time it works out. But I knew with this game plan that we had, if I did hit him, we were going to circle to his head. That way we couldn't engage in his jiu-jitsu. But the way he fell and then just kind of rolled back in the position I was in, I just dropped down and went for the Darce.
And obviously you did all of your work to kind of get back here in CFFC and regional promotion. We just had Fatima Kline in here as well, and she was kind of talking about that, the brotherhood, the sisterhood, the family kind of extended family of everybody coming out from CFFC. Do you feel that as well?
Yeah, it's great, dude. Philly's coming up there now. We got, we had Pat win the fight. He was a CFFC guy. Fatima won. I won. Sean's fighting later tonight. So it's great to see these guys and girls, coming up, getting the recognition that they deserve. We're a fight city, but we don't have a ton of guys that are, up here in the UFC. So it's just great to see these guys, climbing the ranks.
There was a Pennsylvania feel to this card, probably even more than New York or New Jersey, strangely enough. I mean, when are we going to get back to Pennsylvania? Are you going to start pushing for that? You guys got to start kind of getting louder, right?
I hope so. I mean, I would say with the state of the UFC right now and everything like that, Sean wins tonight. I feel like they'll definitely put a card in Philadelphia at the Xfinity Mobile Arena now, not the Wells Fargo. Yeah, Xfinity Mobile. But yeah, I mean, hey, we have enough people both regionally and in the UFC to stack a card up. So I mean, it only seems right.
Will there be a marketing campaign to get you on that card?
Hell yeah, definitely. Of course. Thank you.
Kyle, quick one right over here. What's changed in order to get you on this new stride that it seems like you're on in your career?
Man, just the confidence in my ability, really. I'm undefeated regionally, so I just had to put that in the back of my mind, stepping up here. A lot of guys see these bright lights and they go in here and they're like, they let the lights get to them. I feel like that's something that I did in the first stint in my UFC run. But yeah, fights like these, venues like these and organizations like this, there is no difference between, here and regionally. The only thing that's different is how they run their businesses. Obviously, the money is money and whatnot. The regional scenes don't pay enough, but the way that the UFC runs their shows is perfect and great. But again, you're stepping into a cage to fight somebody, and you do that regionally. There's no different to not be able to do it here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, Power here. Obviously, congratulations on a very hard-fought win. But I guess physically, how you feeling there? Because we see the eye, we saw the head kick, we saw the gash and everything. So, how are you feeling after that one?
Feeling a lot better right now. Feeling good after getting the W. I knew it was going to be a dogfight with that guy. I shared the ring with him for 6 rounds. We fought in the past, and kind of just knew it was going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask about that. You know him more probably better than anyone here. So, like, when you get someone like Chepe, you probably know you're going to look a little different after fighting, and win or lose.
Absolutely, man. It kind of comes with the territory with Chepe, to be honest with you.
How difficult was it to because it looked like your corner and the guys were kind of stopped that pretty aggressively between rounds?
Yes, I definitely was dealing with some blurred vision in the right eye because the blood got down into the eye, but just tried to remain calm and get the win any way possible.
And Chepe has that, like, one of the better resumes, I think, before the UFC. Like, a lot of them are already here. So you fought him once before. So I guess what were your expectations coming into this, knowing what he had to go through to kind of get this rematch too?
Well, he's well-rounded. He can strike. He's good on the ground. He's a good wrestler. He's very hard to control. And, he's very gritty. And, I knew if I'm going to get this win, I have to be more gritty.
There's a lot of chatter online about the reffing in this. It seems like he was holding the fence a bit. There was an eye poke. So from one of the two men actually involved in the fight, what was your thoughts of the reffing in this?
Big Dan's the man. I don't think he did a bad job. I think he did a great job. I did get thumbed in the eye a couple times, but it was probably accidental. I don't think it was Chepe's fault. It just happens in there,
I guess, what do you want next for your career? Because, you fought here before, but, this is obviously a better outcome. What do you want moving forward for your career?
I want a number next to my name. I want to just keep climbing this mountain.
And can I just ask you, what do you make of the division as a whole right now? Because it seems like featherweight's kind of red hot right now. Volk still doesn't have his fight. Everyone's kind of clamoring for that number 1 contender. Zalal just kind of inserted himself in there. So what do you make of that kind of round robin going up right now?
Honestly, I kind of stay focused on where I am. I don't look too far ahead. I don't look too far behind. And, I really think I could beat all these guys. I really do.
Pat, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, you guys have history. Did this make it even more special to beat a guy like that you already faced?
I think there's 3 factors that made this one special. 1, it was a chance to get redemption. 2, last time my outing here at Madison Square Garden wasn't so hot. And the 3rd one is he has a win over a guy that beat me in Damon Jackson, which I would love to get back, by the way, any day, any time. So those 3 factors definitely made this one special.
Going back to the referee at the end of the second round, both you and Chepe both said something to the ref. What were you guys saying to him?
I think it was something about the fence grab or the eye poke. It was one of those two. There's definitely a lot of dialogue in this fight for sure.
Obviously, you said you want to be ranked. You want to fight someone top. Do you have someone in particular you'd like?
I got to take a look at the division, but anyone with a number next to their name, I'm down for. I think Chepe's tougher than a lot of these guys that are in the top 15. So I think my last 2 opponents were very tough, Brito and Chepe. So bring it on.
Agreed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Pat, over here, congrats on the win. That's 4-0 for CFFC tonight. Aaron just won. How do you feel about your time there, and how special is it for all the alum to win tonight?
I really think CFFC is the best platform outside of the UFC. I think every fight for CFFC is very tough. I think it's the best regional promotion to prepare yourself for this big stage. I cannot say enough great things about CFFC.
Congrats on the big win.
Thank you very much.
You got a nice pop from the crowd yesterday in the weigh-ins. You got a nice pop coming out tonight. And I'm sure the walk back with the crowd was a little bit different than last time you were here, but how special was that? And what do you attribute to that love from the fans?
It warms my heart. It definitely makes me want to fight harder. And it's nice to feel some appreciation after all the hard years and dedication I put into the sport. It's amazing. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Well, Ethyn, right here. Congratulations on the victory. I don't think many of us expected to see not just fighting tonight, but maybe back here. I'm sure a lot of people were kind of surprised, not just here but around the world. So I guess just walk us through the last 48 hours of your career, because this has got to be a whirlwind of a week.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of comments all across social media, and I mean, you heard the crowd. That's been the last 3 crowds that I've shown up to, though. I got a lot of boos, and then there's a lot of cheering for the other guy. The last 2 were by knockout. This one wasn't as clean, but I put on a performance all the same. The last 48 hours, Thursday morning, I woke up past my alarms. There's about 25 missed calls on my cell phone. And they said, hey, the UFC is calling. You better get up and get ready. And so I went. I cut weight before they even said yes. And then there was all sorts of medicals I had to go get done. So I drove all around LA till about 8 o'clock at night. And then I jammed straight to LAX. My brother drove me all around. And then I jammed straight to LAX, flew out at 11 o'clock, got here, sat in traffic, got to the hotel 7:30, 8 o'clock, went, jumped on the scale. And then obviously the rest has come to fruition, fighting an MSG pro debut on 2 days notice. And now I get to sit here and do media with you guys.
Was there any hesitation at all, or was it just like UFC calls? You're like, I'm ready. Let's do it.
No, zero hesitation. I've known that I belong here for a long time. I'm on a now 9-fight win streak, 7 of those by knockout. Only 2 have gone the distance. And so I've been ready for the stage. I've known for a long time. I've expected that I would get to this stage. And so, yeah, as soon as they called, let's do it. We'll jump on a plane. We'll do all the medicals and weight cutting we need to. Let's make it happen.
And Malcolm obviously had a lot of hype. They really wanted him on this card. Obviously, this was his 3rd opponent he had for this. So I guess how much did you know about him? And right when they gave you Malcolm's name, you're like, all right, let's watch as much tape as possible in these 48 hours.
I knew plenty about Malcolm. Anytime I see bantamweight in the men's division on the UFC, I tune in and I watch it closely. So like I said, I've been planning for this for a long time. I knew Malcolm brings a punch. I knew that right hand is big for him. I knew he puts people out, and I was prepared for it. There's not a lot of film on him. You watch his old stuff. That's about it. I knew he had the power. I knew I had the power, and I knew we were going to test those 2 things, and then see who the cleaner boxer was. And I knew that technically I was going to bring that advantage there. I knew he had the power, and I knew he's a big guy, but I knew that technically I am very well versed when it comes to striking, so I knew I would have it there.
And I probably know the answer to this, but like moving forward, you're going to have a mark on you at this point for like the next opponent. Like, I want to be the guy, like you stole Malcolm's hype on 48-hour notice. I want that hype now. So I'm sure that's something you welcome, but I guess when would you want to fight again? I'm sure you would want at least more than 48 hours to prepare.
Yeah. Well, the next one will be at bantamweight 135. So I'll definitely need more than 48 hours to prepare for that. And yeah, no, my last fight before this one, I said whoever and whenever. I got to let this cut heal up. I got to let the body heal up a little bit. I got a baby boy coming December 10th, so I would like to stay home and be able to attend to the family. And then come January, February, and they call me up, I'll be well prepared and very hungry to get back in the cage.
And then just last one for me. Have you had the opportunity to just even reflect on like the craziness of what's happened here? Or is it just all the second you got the call, it's medicals, flight, weights, like it's just, you have not had time to kind of smell the roses at all?
I mean, it's still surreal. I'm here at MSG in New York City, across the country, less than 48 hours notice or right about it. And it still feels surreal. I still can't wrap my head around it, but I prepared for this moment a long time. I knew I belonged here. And so in some way I have prepared for it.
Congratulations on the win. Obviously, look, it's not just a last-minute UFC debut. It's a last-minute UFC debut at Madison Square Garden against a guy that clearly they're looking at as fond of the future. So you're coming in on short notice, right? Not many people are expecting you to get the win. So in a sense, is there a lot of pressure on you because, holy shit, it's Madison Square Garden, it's UFC debut? Or is there no pressure on you and you're just able to go out there and do what you do best?
There's a lot of roller coaster of emotions that go on anytime you get into a cage and really on any platform. As I reflected and I contemplated, the battle is internal. It's all mental. So if you can win that battle, then you can win anything. And I really did a good job controlling that, thinking about it. I went through every positive scenario, every negative scenario. And by the end of it, like I said, I knew I belonged here. And it was just another man and just another cage. And I was ready to go out and fight all the same.
In terms of skill level, it's clear that you're very, very good at this. And it's interesting, right? Because now you've beaten Malcolm, and as Jose said, you've kind of taken his hype. But I wonder if you being in there with him, you sort of think, actually, no, he's also very, very good. And we're just kind of the future of this division. And the rest of us haven't realized that yet.
Yeah, I know he's top level. I know he has a lot of hype behind him, and he's a fantastic fighter. There's no question about it. He's finished a lot of great fighters in spectacular fashion, but I am the future of this division. I'm ready for everything. I'm here to take all the marbles, and like I said, I prepare above and beyond, and I believe that I belonged here for a long time, and now you guys got to see it firsthand, and I'm ready to take over everything.
And last one for me, right? There's multiple ways you can handle a UFC career. You've come in and made a splash right away. So next time out, are you happy to just sort of work your way up the rankings, improve as a fighter, or are you ready to get in there with the big name that Malcolm would have probably got next, right? Which one would you rather go?
Hey, you guys saw how it worked out when they threw me against top level competition. So, you know, whatever they want to do, if it pushes numbers, if it's very exciting and it gets the fans and the crowd all riled up, and it gives me the opportunity to fight the best and really prove that I'm the baddest man at 135 or 145 pounds, then I'm ready to do it.
Ethyn, right back here.
Yeah, right in the middle. Just to clarify something. So you got a whole bunch of missed calls from the UFC, or was it like a manager or somebody else calling you?
It was my coach, my manager, my dad, my sister. She never calls me in the morning. She said, "Call Dad. It's an emergency." I thought there was a car accident or something. You know, I was not thinking that. And then I called my dad back first. He goes, "I'm going to whoop your ass if you don't wake up and answer your phone calls. Like, what's going on here? Call Ben, call your coach." So I called coach, talked to the management, and then, I talked to all those guys.
And then you flew in that night, and you got in at about 8 o'clock in the morning and went right on the scale an hour later.
Yeah, we got here at like, I don't know, 6:30 something at the airport. It took us like an hour and a half here. I live in LA. I think the traffic is bad there, but man, it was crazy. It was dead stop. So when I got here, it was 7:30, maybe closer to 8. And I checked weight and then had to get the official Venom underwear on, and then went and jumped on the real scale and did it.
Did you have to cut any weight? And how much did you have to cut?
So when they called me that morning, I started cutting weight before they even said yes. So just to make sure that when they did say yes, finally, that I was on weight. I ended up cutting like 11, 12 pounds, you know, that morning. And then I had to go do medicals all throughout LA, like I said, and I was ready to go.
Did you notice a difference at 145?
It's a lot more fun cutting to 145 than 135. I'll tell you that much.
And last question for me. Is this a thing like you're always ready to get that call, or you just happen to be like the perfect scenario this time?
I am always ready. There's no doubt about that. But I just came off of a KO win last weekend. So I definitely had some in and out and was sitting and relaxing a little bit this week, but I'm ready to go.
Congratulations.
Ethyn, right over here. If I'm not mistaken, last week at A1 Combat, you kind of spoke this into existence. You had an interview. You said, like, when the UFC calls X, Y, and Z, if you don't mind, kind of share some of those things you had said, but like it happened. So what's your reactions to just like literally speaking it into existence?
I believe heavily in that, the law of attraction and manifesting things. You know, when you speak it out loud, when you tell people it's going to happen, but most importantly, you go and you work very hard for it, then I really, truly believe that's how things work. And yeah, in my post-fight interview, I said, I'm sharp now. I'm ready now. I said, you know, I want to be in the UFC. I said, I believe I'm UFC caliber. And then I finished with saying, I know I'm UFC caliber. Like I've said in a couple of questions earlier, I truly believe that this has been a long time coming. I remember being a young boy sitting and watching the UFC and saying, I'm going to be there one day. And I believed it for a long time. So here I am.
And tonight, obviously, you introduced your fighting style to the world, at least to the people who hadn't seen it before. Is there anything we should know about you as a person too? Like anything that you find cool about yourself, you know, that we should know as well?
I mean, what's not cool about me, you know?
The coolest things. I mean,
you know, I come from a big family. I'm the oldest of 8. I got a whole bunch of munchkins at home that are at my parents' house that I really try hard to be an example to. I got a little baby boy coming December 10th, which is very important to me. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I like to spearfish, and this is not the only adrenaline seeking that I do. So, yeah, anything that's outdoors, anything that's adventurous, I love it. But, you know, biggest is that I'm a family man. Those things are very important to me. And I'm a God-fearing man as well. That's the most important thing to me.
and lastly, Uriah Faber's in attendance tonight. He was in one of the corners. Obviously, you fought for his promotion last week. Have you been able to speak to him tonight at all?
I haven't seen him tonight. No, I haven't had that opportunity.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Had you even been to New York before? I mean, was it?
No, this is the first time. This is the first time in New York. First time at Madison Square Garden. First time in the UFC.
I mean, what do you think as you were coming to New York? I mean, you even thinking about the city? You're only thinking about the fight, or like?
Yeah, I got to go stand at Times Square last night. We took a little stroll, and you know, this is a thing of destiny. That's kind of what I kept repeating to myself. There would not be. I would not be here if it wasn't for a very, very special reason to not only debut in the UFC on short notice, but to be in Madison Square Garden is spectacular. It's amazing to be in this big of a city where so much happens. Yeah, I thought a lot about it, and this was a thing of destiny. This
Were you saying that even as you're sitting in Times Square? Like, this is a thing?
Yeah, you sit and you look at the lights and you ask yourself, you know, like, is this all real? Am I supposed to be here? And as you contemplate it, it's like, yeah, this is it. This is, I've watched this as a young boy. I planned for this for a long time. I put in the work coming up, and now I'm here. Now I'm all the big promos, all the big lights and action, all the big movies. This is where it happens. And that's why I'm here, because I'm here to put on a show.
What was it like walking into the Garden and looking around at it's probably the biggest place you fought, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, last night was cool. You know, that you're all VIP walking through the back and all that stuff. You get to sit behind the curtain as you're waiting to do the weigh-ins. You know, you got that picture of Conor where he's standing in front of the crowd at the weigh-ins flexing, and you just see this just never-ending rows of people. And I look at that picture often, and I manifest that I was going to be there standing in front of him. So then I get to stand on Ali versus Frazier's weigh-in scale, which is monumentous. I mean, I watch the boxing stuff. I'm very into the boxing stuff now as I've done more of it. And yeah, it's a thing of destiny.
With all those times that you would watch these UFC fights and you wouldn't be a part of it, what was it doing to you? Was it eating you up? What were you saying? What were you doing?
Yeah, I would watch guys and just know I can not only compete with those guys, but I'm, you know, I think that I can go and finish these guys even. I'm definitely meant to be there.
And you didn't seem surprised at the end, like you expected it.
Yeah, you know, I just went 15 minutes with the guy, and we went back and forth. And yeah, I mean, I definitely landed the better shots. I had a couple takedowns to secure it. You know, he hit me with some clean things, but there got to a point where I just was like, this guy can't hurt me. And so once it was all said and done, I knew I had secured that victory.
And one last thing, what did he say to you at the end? It looked like he was talking to you.
He just, you know, he gave me major props, which was very cool of him. He's a hell of a competitor. He's a great guy. He was very cool every interaction we had. And he said, he's like, I've not only fought some of the best in the world, but I finished them spectacularly. And he just told me, you know, you're high level, you're world class. And he's like, best of luck to you.
Just want to hear from me. Your Octagon interview, you did make a plea for a bonus. It's kind of an unwritten rule sometimes when asking Dana for a bonus. Sometimes he doesn't give it up. But have you had a chance to talk to Dana? Obviously, the circumstances surrounding this fight, you would hope that you would get that 50K, right?
Well, I just said, Dana, you saw that performance, right?
Have you spoken to him at all?
Yeah, we went through all the secret tunnels up to the penthouse suite, and we got to meet with Dana and have a conversation. So it was very cool.
Over here. So I don't know how much you know about New York sports history or whatever, but the name Ewing hovers over this this arena, and it looms very large in this city. How aware were you of Patrick Ewing?
Well, we have a long lost relation to one another.
I could see it. No, it's clear. But I mean, is it kind of interesting to kind of just be able to create some new Ewing history here? Like, obviously, again, it's a name that means a lot to a lot of people in this city, but now you're a new Ewing that made a mark here.
Well, now that you say that, it's very cool. Yeah, I've thought about cementing not only my legacy but the Ewing name for a long time, and it's tremendous to do that.
Do you think maybe you're due to buy a Patrick Ewing Knicks jersey now to represent your win here?
You know, maybe him and I, you know, have a little get together and we get to get the jersey on and do some media with it. So that'd be cool.
At the family reunion.
At the family reunion, yeah. We'll have a barbecue and everything.
Thank you.
You have two more.
You never want to tie.
Just one here. You just spoke about manifesting things. Is there a name you really want to face in the division, like dream fight, for example, for you?
A dream fight, huh? You know, it's a very stacked division, the 135 bantamweight division. I want to fight all the big names. I mean, you got killers like Peter Yan, Corey Sandhagen, super technical. Obviously Merab is the champion. He's like a unanswered question. People can't figure him out. So those are the top dogs. I mean, of course, I want to go and be the champion. I want to wear that belt around my waist. A little closer than that, I don't know. There's a ton of names. I guess we'll have to figure that out when we get there.
Thank you.
Ethyn over here. Congrats on the win. The champion, Merab Dvalishvili, he gave you props on Twitter. What does that mean? The whole world knows who you are now. Like, what does that mean to you?
It's very exciting. You know, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
John over here from Tunnel Vision Sports. I just wanted to simply, you said the last couple of fights you've kind of come in and embraced the underdog role and kind of, you know, embraced the upset. With that being said, you know, what type of mentality you have to tap in to build off that momentum?
You know, I just make sure I'm solid before I go into it. Last time I was in Sacramento, you know, with the Sacramento crowd, and the time before that I was in Minnesota with the hometown Minnesota fighter. So I knew that. I mean, you guys saw the weigh-ins. You know, they booed me on the way out, and then they got all crazy for Malcolm. I know this guy's a fan favorite. I know he's got so much hype behind him. He was 10-0. He's undefeated. But I love it. You know, I love it. They all start booing, and then he comes out and they go crazy, and I just get a big old smile on my face, and I'm like, let's do this. The people are going to know who Ethyn Ewing is after this one, and I love it. I love being the underdog. I've been that way my whole career, from being a wrestler growing up. I never was with the big team and the big schools and the big names. I never had that. But I've always had the ability to work the hardest and to dream the biggest and sacrifice the most. And so I love when they cheer for the other guy. It gets me riled up.
What about a name like Cody Garbrandt?
That'd be great. I would love that name. Thank you, guys.
Aaron, right here. Congratulations on the victory. I guess what are the emotions after getting another win at Madison Square Garden, avenging a loss, getting the finish? Kind of must be like the perfect scenario for you.
Oh, it is perfect. I mean, it's at MSG. I was able to get another finish like I did a couple of years ago. My teammate Fatima Kline also won her fight. Yeah, I couldn't be happier.
Seems like the first round was much more stand-up attack than I guess we expected. So I guess was that the game plan early, or is something in there you're like it just kind of happened to be stand-up kind of affair?
Yeah, I mean, I knew she's a good wrestler too, so I didn't want to like kind of shoot right off the bat and kind of get stuffed in those positions. So I wanted to work some more of my striking and then push the pace in the second round.
Were you surprised she was the one that kind of engaged the grappling there?
No, I'm not. I mean, that's what she does. She has good boxing, but she's come up as a wrestler, so it made sense.
And I guess, can you just walk us through the submission? Because it seems like you had something earlier and then you got the other one, which kind of she shot, and then you got the submission.
Yeah, I think I shot a double leg, kind of ran her right across the cage. Then I was on the side, I was hitting her, and then I saw her neck, and I went for it. I didn't feel like the angle was great, but I felt like I had enough of an angle to put a squeeze on it. And then once she felt the pressure, she kind of bellied up for me, and then it was locked in.
Did you feel any like substantial strength advantage in there? Because it seems like kind of once you got a hold of her, you seem to kind of be able to control her pretty easily.
She's a strong girl too. I think I just understood some positions better and was able to move a little bit quicker. She's strong, but I don't think she was able to move as much as I was.
And I guess, what do you want next for your career? Because obviously we got the title fight tonight, but then Manon's just coming off the big win. You're coming off a win. What, I guess, makes sense for you? Because I feel like at this point you can kind of navigate your career to the title.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love a title shot. Valentina and Whaley are fighting tonight. I got a big finish on the same card. I think it just makes sense. I've been in the top 5 for a couple of years now. I've had some big finishes. I think it makes sense.
Do you think, the fact that Manon came off the win, Natalia Silva is also kind of doing her thing, that it's kind of a 3-way race between you guys for like the next title shot? Or I guess even if Whaley wins, they could, I guess, run it back right away with those two.
Yeah, you never know. So many things change in MMA, like who's ready and when it can happen. So I'll just be ready for a title shot when it comes.
Aaron, over here. So obviously this was an interesting night for both you and Fatima, being teammates and friends, and also fighting on the same card, preparing for the same card, working toward this night. Can you take me kind of through, especially the moments from when she was fighting and you're preparing for your own fight at the same time?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy because she got to the venue earlier. I came a little bit later. I was able to watch her fight like in the locker room. And I'm getting ready for my own fight, so I was trying not to get like too, I guess, like amped up. Like I was very happy for her and proud of her that she got a great win, and should be in the rankings on Tuesday. But yeah, it was awesome to watch her get that win. Then my coaches came back, I warmed up, and I was able to see her before my fight. And yeah, her getting a win just made me want to win that much more.
Did it make it a little easier that kind of she was basically in control most of that fight? You didn't really have this, kind of up and down emotions as it's kind of going back and forth so much.
Yeah, she was definitely dominant, so it made it a lot easier to be like relaxed. I'm like, oh, she's like easily winning. And she put a really good like at the end when she like hit her with the back fist and hit her with a head kick. She really put a marker on that fight, so I knew she had won. And then obviously your fight itself, there is that, I don't want to call it a slower start. You're talking about strategy. You're trying to work toward that second round, but there is a pattern to your fights. You do kind of tend to come on more strongly in those second and third, and then championship rounds in those later, longer fights that you've had. When you come back down to a 3-round fight, as we had here, instead of a 5, like how much more is you're kind of like walking like a knife's edge there? Yeah, you definitely need to keep the pace up higher. Like if you lose one round, you better win the next 2 or get a finish. So I knew that going to the fight, and yeah, I just had to put a higher pace. Thank you. No problem.
Aaron, right hand in the front. First of all, congratulations on the win. I think you looked awesome. Since you came to the UFC, everyone's been mentioning Tracy Cortez because your first fight was extremely close. How relieved you are just to get past that and to obviously avenge a loss?
Yeah, it feels great. That fight was so long ago. I was only 19. I feel like, it kind of, that loss has followed me like my entire career, and I've been able to kind of get up to the top 5, and it was still something that was like a question, especially as she was moving up the rankings. So it definitely feels good to have that fight again and really put a statement and put a finish on that.
Any worry that, we have these welterweights on the card and they're all calling for the, the main event against, the winner of the main event, but you're kind of being soft spoken. You're not saying like, oh, I definitely deserve it. I'm the highest ranked person. I just got to finish off for a great person, great fighter. Are you worried that like you're not being the squeaky wheel, so you're not going to get the oil?
No, I mean, I think when you win fights, things will come to you. So you just need to keep winning and be undeniable.
Obviously, I think everything lines up perfect. You just got a great finish. You're on the same schedule as you mentioned. Do you have a preference between Valentina and Weili, and one that you think you're like, I definitely could beat this one?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think Valentina is going to win tonight, and I'd love to fight her. She's someone I've been watching since I was in high school. So if I had to pick, I'd love to fight Valentina. And
last question for me. Your teammate looked incredible tonight. The one thing she said was that she didn't get a finish. You did get a finish. Any chance you go over there and brag a little bit to her?
Yeah, she did. She was happy. She's like, oh, you did exactly what I wanted to do. So we both got wins, and I think that was great. So yeah, we'll be happy with that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
John Armour here from Tunnel Vision Sports. Coming off your fight from Rose, it was a tight fight. However, taking that year off and preparing just for this moment, and ultimately bringing the win back to Jersey. What does this all mean to you, and kind of what did you tap into in that year to kind of prepare for this moment?
Yeah, I was supposed to fight earlier this year in May, and that didn't end up happening. So, I still felt like I had grown as a fighter throughout that camp. I just didn't get the experience of a fight. But it felt really great. It's been like a year since I was being able to fight. So it felt really good being able to get back in there and get a win.
Just right there. You just get a win back against someone you already lose. There is a second fight. Manon, is there something you want, a rematch against her before Valentina, for example?
Yeah, I would love to fight Manon again. I would love to redeem like any losses I've had, just to like wipe my record clean, Yeah, if that fight happens again, I would definitely want to take that.
And you already have an idea of what you can make different in this potential rematch?
Yeah, that's something I'd have to go over with my coaches, look over the first fight, like what happened, kind of very similar to what I did like in this Tracy fight. I had lost that first fight, looked over it. We've changed a lot of things, grew as a fighter, and that'd be the same thing I would do again.
Thank you.
No problem.
Aaron over here, back here. Congrats on the win. You and your teammate Fatima Kline, you train a lot, but you spend a lot of time together. What's the most important thing you've learned from her outside of fighting?
Yeah, she's just I guess outside of fight, but like in person as well. Like she's very like with her fighting, she's very organized, very just a consistent of a person. Like she's always pushing. And yeah, I feel like that's something I've definitely taken, especially in this camp. Like it's just been nice having someone to go through it with and just like be consistent with.
And do you get more nervous when you fight or when she fights?
Oh, today I feel like was like a double. Like I had to like try to calm myself down while she was fighting. Just because, we put so much into this together and I knew how much it meant for her. So I don't know. I feel like it's hard both ways.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Back over here. And so I don't know if you noticed this, but near the end of round one, there started to be kind of a little more momentum behind a Jersey chant. Did you catch that?
Oh, actually, I don't know if I heard like the Tracy chant, and that kind of like pissed me off and made me want to go more. But yeah, I would have to watch that back and hear that. That's cool though.
But you don't catch that, like you're kind of too much in the moment, huh?
Yeah, I was
You heard
definitely.
Tracy.
I did. Yeah, I heard the Tracy because I think we were like a little bit more at distance and we weren't like going at each other. But towards the end, we were kind of more in like clinch positions, and I was like throwing elbows. So yeah, I was definitely a little bit more distracted.
And then obviously at the end, like right after you back away, you get the win. You were very emotional in that moment. I mean, what was it that kind of came over you in that moment?
The first round was hard, and I haven't fought in like over a year or so. And this is also a fight that I had lost in the past and that I really wanted to win again. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of become a crybaby in those situations sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, there's just big fights and there's things I won't be able to do again, So like I'll have my career for so long, but they're just big moments.
Do you anticipate there's going to be a third one between you two?
It could possibly. I mean, we both probably will be fighting for quite a while longer, so it could happen.
let him drink as well. Well, Gregory, congratulations on the victory. At media day, you said you knew this was going to be a tough fight against Roman. So I guess, did this live up to the expectations you had when you signed to fight him?
Yeah, man, you saw that was hard. Was a little bit more than I expect, but he's a warrior. He's a tough guy. He surprised me. The takedown defense was very good, and the leg lock, the attack I did in his leg, man. I scrambled, and I did this for like many times on the camp, but they did a good defense, and yeah, that was amazing. But I'm a completed fighter, man. I have everything I needed, to be the champion, to fight against the best guys. So yeah, just was one more step in my career, and I'm really happy with that performance, against a tough guy. And yeah, let's go.
You seem to have showcased your grappling and your wrestling much more than your previous fights. Was that because Roman was tougher, or was it just like, why did we see more grappling in this from your previous fights?
No, yeah, man. Like I said, I think there was a better way for me. Like, he's a tough guy, like I said, but always I keep improving my striking game, and man. But if I took him down, there would be a nightmare for him. But he knew it, and his defense was good, and that was an amazing fight. And I put everything on top in his house. He's a striker, and but I show like MMA is a different sport, and I did what I did, and I got this amazing performance.
So that leg lock was tight on him.
Man, it was hard, bro. He did a good defense at leg lock, and then heel hook, and the scramble was good. I like it, yeah, he came ready. So, the fight, I like it, test, do a fight like that. And, man, always I say, I want to win, but if the guy and then he beat me, I was the first guy to clap and say he was better than me. But that night I was better than him for sure. But he showed he was tough, it was hard. I was trying always like not getting frustrated, come back. And then I was talk with myself, man, let's go, you can do it. And in the third round, he catch me with a nice left hand. But I put my mind on the place. I heard my corners. Henry was good. Vicente, Rafa, even Gilbert on the side. It was like screaming, and I say, okay, no problem. Nothing I already passed. Nothing I already felt. So yeah, man, that was good.
I was gonna ask about that left hook. How stunned were you in there?
Man, was good. I lost my leg a little bit, but like right away, like in second, I look at him and say, "Yeah, let's go, man. Come on, you can do better than that." And but that's a show. I'm a RoboCop, man. He needs to do much more for put me down.
And I guess, what do you want next for your career?
Man, I have two names, good names. I think it's gonna be good fights. One of them is Gerald, but he's a DJ now. I don't know if he had a time to train it, but if he is too, I want to, I do a good fight with him. I think it would be amazing for me. And one day, when he was a champion, he did a video and he talked about me when I split my head. And I want to fight with this guy. And one day he's gonna be in the top. So I think it's a good fight. But if not, I think Robert Whittaker is another good name. And I'm still looking up, man. I will get in my spot on there, and sooner or later, I will be fighting for the belt.
Hopefully a 5-round fight next time. 5 rounds.
5 rounds, man. I wanted the 5 rounds again. Yeah, that would be good,
Just one for me. The size difference was staggering out there, and even at the end, towards the end of the fight in the 3rd round, some of the commentary team was talking about how difficult the weight cuts must be for you. How was this weight cut? Were there any issues? Did you feel like you were kind of fading there at the end?
No, man. The weight cut is not hard for me. I look like heavy, but I'm not heavy. I'm very disciplined on my diet, and in the last day, like I cut I think less than 6 pounds, not more than that, and I did a good recovery. My nutritionist, Luca, did an amazing job. So, but man, the size no matter, doesn't matter the size, that's not means much. He's a fast guy, and he's big, he's strong, like big head, big head. I hit him hard, man, but he's still there. But it was good.
RoboCop right over here. Obviously, a quick finish is very cool, but tonight you had to dig deep, use a lot of your tools to get that victory. How rewarding is a victory like that? You know, obviously it wasn't a highlight reel finish and stuff like that, but just the fact that you had to dig so deep and proving to yourself and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Fights like that is necessary to be in myself, you know, to go in the position, to go in the place I want. If I want to be a champion, you know, sometimes I need a hard test. Fight 3 rounds, and now I want to fight the 5 rounds again. Like I was talking with Vicente on my fight against Cannonier. I was with so many situations that was hard for me try to handle it during the fight. And then after that fight, I fought Jack Hermanson, knockout in the first round. That was amazing, you know. I enjoy it. And then I come in this fight 3 rounds against a tough guy, and some of times on the fight, I felt myself in the same place was with a Cannonier, but I didn't get the frustration. I was there and say, "Okay, come on, you can do it." So that was very important for me. That's why I said, like, I love it, that fight the way it was. You know, it's good to finish the fight all the time, but man, it's better you get the win. And then you fight a fight like that and show yourself you're ready for this, you know. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you're not going to finish. In the high level, it's very hard to finish fights, right? Because everybody's good. But the detail is going to take the different. They're like, sometimes you know, get frustrated. You see in the fight, I tried to take him down many, many times, and he got a good defense. I tried to attack his leg, and he defense. I hit him, but he came back. He hit me, and I come back. So that was amazing, and for sure, I would take a very good lessons on that fight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's it. All good? Thank you, guys. Have a great night, guys.
You're good. Congratulations on the victory. I'm sure much happier finish for you than your last time here. So I guess, what are the emotions now after? You didn't strike me as someone that paid too much attention to what people were saying, but post-fight, sure seems like you had some things to say.
Yeah, I mean, immediately post-fight, I felt like, oh, wow. Damn it, stop knocking people out. I need that bonus. These guys keep knocking people out. Anyways, yeah, I mean, I just got transported back to a year ago, MSG, getting some boos from the crowd. So I had to let them know how I really felt.
That head kick, how often do you actually practice that?
Oh, every day. Yeah, that's a Mike Brown signature, Mike Brown special. You know, him and I have been working on that probably since I started fighting and, you know, came out in the fight. So grateful that it worked out.
In that first round, when you grabbed him, it seems like you were like, because you said it, I think in a couple interviews before, like you needed to be more violent or at least more aggressive when you got your hands on your opponent. So was that just kind of a message? Like you snatched him up, you threw him down, and you were kind of landing some pretty big bombs right out of the gate.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like that last fight was really big for me and changed my mindset from going in and controlling to going in and doing damage. You know, obviously you got to control first, but that lead into damage from there. And it kind of sucks, to be honest. It's like my least favorite part of fighting. I love the strategy and the discipline, the commitment, and everything it takes to be a world-class fighter. You know, hurting people is not on the top of my list as far as like fun things for me. But it's part of the sport. It's what we signed up for. And yeah, is what it is.
Is that why after the fight and you got off the cage, you kind of kneeled down in front of Adolfo until he stood up?
Yeah, you know, you just hate to see that, a guy, you know, down like that. You know, I have a lot of respect for Adolfo. He's a great fighter and seems like a really great guy, nice guy. And you know, you don't want to see that. And it's just unfortunate, but it's part of the sport.
And then why did you feel the need to address the crowd in the way you did up on the cage?
Yeah, just the, you know, feeling like I had something to prove. I have a chip on my shoulder. I think that I wish I was a little bit better person, but I'm not. I'm very competitive, and I'm just a guy. So, you know, I'm out here trying to do my best, but get a little emotional out there on your fighting in your underwear in front of millions of people. So, yeah.
Did it feel good to kind of clap back at them up there, kind of give them the 2-finger salute?
I felt like I was just standing up for myself a little bit, you know? It's like, you know, they're going to jaw at me and give me crap, then, you know, I'll give it back to them a little bit. So, you know, I don't look at it as anything other than just standing up for myself a little bit. It's not personal at all. It's just, you know, let them know how I feel.
And in terms of your own career, I guess, when do you want to get back in there? And I guess, how active do you want to be next year?
I would love to be super active. I want to get back in there ASAP. It's tough because I definitely want to be on that June card at the White House. So, you know, kind of trying to figure out what's best in regards to making that happen. But I love fighting. It's my favorite thing. Just getting to train every day, improve, get better. That's all I'm focused on, all I'm worried about. And yeah, you know, I'll take probably a day or two and then get back in the gym.
Are there people you want to fight? Because it seems like outside of the champion, you're the one that middleweights talk about the most between their own fights.
Yeah, I get called out like every other weekend.
Got called out earlier today by Baisangur.
I heard about that. Somebody said something about that. But yeah, I mean, it's every weekend I get called out. So I'm a popular guy. You know, these guys they like me. You know, they want to get in there and hang out with me. So, you know, that's just, I guess, comes with the territory.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Bo right here. During media day, we asked Adolfo, you know, was this, you know, he's this great jiu-jitsu guy. You're the great wrestler. Was he defending BJJ against wrestling? And he said, yeah, I think so. So back to you. Do you feel like you were like defending the honor of particularly USA wrestling versus BJJ?
You know, every time I go out there, I feel like I'm representing, obviously, you know, my family, my school, Penn State. I'm representing wrestling, and that's something that is near and dear to me. And so, you know, every fight, I feel like I'm trying to put the team on my back in a sense, and you know, that's fun for me. I enjoy being the one that gets to go do that, and that's why I work as hard as I do. You know, I sacrifice a lot to be able to go out there and perform to the best of my abilities and to the best of that I'm capable. And so, you know, representing all the people that have, you know, loved me and cheered for me and supported me, and from, you know, again, family and from my church and from, you know, Penn State and the wrestling community is a big honor.
I would say I asked you during media week, are you going to take down Hidalgo? A lot of people saying that you shouldn't grapple with him. That's, a no against that guy. Was that like in the back of your mind where you're like, no, I want to prove these guys that, not only can I take him down, I picked him up, I slammed him, I kneed him in the face. Like, was that like in the back of your mind?
I mean, I think that going into this fight, I definitely felt like I had a chip on my shoulder. I wanted to prove something. And I was just looking to go out there, do as much damage as I could, which it's not fun again for me, but that's part of the sport. And just fight in opposition. So, I felt like the takedown, it was there. It was easy. It was not forced and, made it happen. And then the striking, I was able to land a lot of clean stuff and do a lot of damage. So, it felt good to be able to put those skills in my performance.
When you fought Cody Brundage, you said you weren't too happy with your performance. What's your overall feeling about this? I mean, like you showed striking, obviously kickboxing, takedowns.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I performed really well. I think that I'll have to go back on the film and see, what mistakes I made, as I'm sure there were a lot of mistakes, and kind of judge from there. I think my fight with Cody Brundage, it was a little easier to tell like what I did wrong for me, at least, because there was a lot more grappling in that case. But overall, I feel like I performed well, and my effort was there, good attitude, and was professional the whole fight camp, the whole fight week, and so I feel good about it.
Two more from me. Speaking of grappling, at one point he shot a takedown on you, and you looked like you had a guillotine. How close were you on that one?
I was pretty close. I had it pretty deep, and I felt like had I jumped guillotine, maybe I would have got it. But I learned my last fight that maybe that's not the best route, especially against a world champion Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt. So, I just kind of used it to control the positioning, and it was tempting, but I held off. Learned my lesson.
A year ago, I asked you about fans, and tonight you kind of played into the villain role. But a year ago, you said, "Hey, I'm a nice guy. Like I want to win fans over." So, like, what do you have to do to win fans over, or do you want to play the villain?
I will say my mindset has totally changed from trying to win fans over. I think in wrestling, I was so used to like everybody just loving me, which sounds maybe a little arrogant, but that's the reality of what it was. Like I built my reputation over 2 decades in the sport. And so, people love me and enjoy me because I had proven myself coming into MMA. I'm new in this. And so, I haven't proven, I feel like I still haven't proven myself. This was a good step in the right direction, but I'm definitely not trying to win anybody's approval or anything like that. It's just the reality of life that not everybody's going to like you and you're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But at the end of the day, I'm going to stand up for myself, stand up for what I believe in. And, I'm betting on myself every single time.
Just to correct you, I don't think Ohio State loved you.
It's funny because there's a lot of teams, Ohio State, Iowa, Oklahoma State. Like I beat a lot of their guys, and so I'm sure it's frustrating. But after every single match that I ever had, I always had fans from other teams coming up to me. And in wrestling, it's like, oh, we're going to root against you, but it's respect at the end. Like, oh, I love watching you, respect. If you're not competing against Ohio State, you're my favorite wrestler, that type of thing. So, wrestling is just a tight knit sport like that, to where, you can compete against each other in a heated battle, heated rivalry, and still, have respect for each other and wish each other well, and even be fans of each other at the end of the day.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Bo, do you want this to be the last chapter that you have in Madison Square Garden? You give them the one finger salute and see you later.
Right off into the sunset, right? No, I would love to fight at MSG every year. I think that it's an amazing, amazing arena. The people here are insane. New York is different. It takes a different type of person to be able to compete here. I've been fortunate to have competed here 3 times now, 1 wrestling and 2 in fighting. And it's unreal. It's so fun, and I enjoy it. And, hopefully I get a lot more opportunities to compete in the Garden.
I don't know how much you get the chance to walk around the city in those times that you've been here, but I mean, what kind of reception do you get from people in person when you're just kind of walking around?
Always positive. I say this a lot of times to people. I've never one time had a negative interaction in person with anyone. Never had a fan say anything to me, react negatively, say anything, not once. It's, mostly online. Obviously I've had a few boos and fights, but never had anybody do anything disrespectful to my face. Walking around New York, I was grateful that this morning got to walk around, see the city a little bit, and people coming up, asking for pictures, telling me that, you know, they love me, they want to see me win. You know, all my reception in person has been positive. I think it's just bots out there. So it's probably all bots. You know, maybe I'll just believe that.
And the people in the arena.
Could be bot. It could be AI. I don't know. There's big speakers. Who knows?
Could be. I mean, in that sense, it almost sounds like you're drawing some similarities between the wrestling community and those fans and that kind of thing, and the people that at least you interact with in person and in the MMA community.
Yeah, totally. You know, honestly, at the end of the day, it's all good. I think it's sport. People want things to be excited about. They want things to be upset about. It's entertainment as well as sport. And, you know, I think that as a competitive person, you know, as a normal guy, like, it takes time to get your head wrapped around that. And, you know, for me, I want to go perform to the best of my abilities every single time. And I believe in myself. And, you know, maybe I tend to be arrogant, or I don't know what people would think of as overconfident, but that's just how I am. That's how I've always been. And I'm not going to stop. And, you know, it's taken me to this point, and I'm going to just continue to use that as fuel and motivation to work hard every day and keep getting better.
One thing I want to circle back to is, you know, obviously you are eyeing that White House card, which sounds like June, could be a different time of that kind of thing. But I mean, how realistic could it be for you to turn around and get back in there in 3 months or so, and then be ready to turn it around again in 3 months? Is that something that like looks realistic to you?
Yeah, it's realistic. I got to talk to, you know, management team, talk to the UFC, see what makes sense. And I want to just keep improving and getting better and moving forward with my career. Really, at the end of the day, for me, don't feel like I'm in a rush because I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. But getting out there and fighting is the most fun thing in the world. I enjoy it so much. So as many times as I can do that, I would love to.
Bo, congratulations. Not only did you get a win today, Penn State football also got a win.
Big win.
I know a little bit of a different question here, but if Pat Kraft called you up and said, who should they hire as the next head coach for the football team, who would you go with? What'd you tell him?
Probably Cale Sanderson. You know, he's had some success at the NCAA athletic level. You know, I don't even remember, 15 national titles, something like that. So get him in there.
John over here from Tunnel Vision Sports here. Kind of to speak about the Penn State aspect. They come to, you know, we are in New York. They come to Rutgers in a few weeks. Is there any way possible Bo Nick, you know, makes an appearance at that game?
Man, I would love to. I got a wife and kids at home, so it might not be looking too good for me. I spent a lot of time away from him for this camp, sacrificed a lot, and right now I definitely want to go back home and spend as much time with them as I can.
And also, you know, you speak about having the most confidence in the world about yourself. You know, what does a win like this kind of on the stage that you've, you know, in Madison Square Garden, what does a win like this kind of instill in the confidence in you?
Yeah, just, you know, confirming my belief in myself that if I continue to put the work in and put the effort in, that I'm going to be able to go out there and perform at a high level. My confidence and belief, it comes from the fact that I've sacrificed so much since the age of 5 to, you know, be as good as I can be at the sport that I compete at. And it's just experience over time and a lot of effort, a lot of hours, a lot of people that have poured into me and helped me so much. You know, my coaches, Ailton Barboza, Mike Brown, Coach Ton, Anthony Cassar, Cale Sanderson, my dad. These guys all have a massive impact on me, and they help in that area as well, just giving me confidence. So, you know, for me, it's not just like something that is like there just because it's there, you know, for a reason. And you know, a fight like this just adds to it.
Well, over here, I heard there was a story about how after your last loss at church, there was a group of people who prayed over you. How powerful was that? And tell me more about that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, I'm really fortunate and blessed to be in an amazing community. I attend a church called the Calvary in State College, PA. And one of the pastors at the church asked before I left for this fight if they could get a group together and pray for me. And it was a group of about 10, 12 guys. They all prayed for me for about, you know, 10 or 15 minutes. And it was really powerful. I felt like that was something that felt just the power of the Holy Spirit kind of surrounding us. And it wasn't asking for a win or anything like that, just more so for me to be able to honor and glorify him, perform to the best of my ability, and make the most of the gifts and the blessings that I've been given. And for me, that's really the foundation of everything I do, is my faith. And, being able to go out and fight is a massive blessing, something I'm super grateful for. And I just feel like, God is watching over me, and he's teaching me lessons through this, right? Like, fighting is big and it's very important to me, but it's just something I do. It's not my identity or my foundation.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, good. Well, Benoit, congratulations on the victory. I know it was so quick in there, so I guess what can you take away from that fight against Benil, even though it was so quick?
The phase that lead to the knockout is something I have been working a lot on, collar ties and clinch, because obviously it lets my animosity out very quickly, and it's the type of exchange I love. So he was unlucky to have this exchange this early in this fight, and yeah, I'm blessed to have a victory against such a tough opponent.
What specifically about that exchange that you were envisioning led to you believe that you can knock him out this quickly?
Too much space for me. The uppercuts brings the head up, and then the hook will finish the work directly to the chin. So yeah, happy about that.
Do you think when he fell, he was unconscious, then when he hit the ground, it woke him up? And it seems like he didn't know what happened in there. So were you able to talk to him after the fight?
Yeah, Dariush is an inspiration. I haven't done half what he has done yet. I want to do a career as good or even better. And yeah, I had an hesitation before the last shot because I knew he was out, but obviously it was not clear for everyone. But because it was so fast, so it happens. This sport is hard. It's wire sports.
And then we couldn't quite hear it back here, your interview. Did you call for the BMF fight or close to a title fight?
Yeah, of course I want to fight somebody in the top 5, and as a BMF and the lightweight belt are the 2 belts I have my eyes on. And yeah, I want to make this division the greatest again, like it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, Max Holloway obviously has the BMF title. Charles Oliveira also wants to fight Max Holloway. So I guess why should you be the one to fight Max Holloway for the belt?
The 100% finish rate against such a veteran, I guarantee war. But I think Oliveira and Holloway does the same. So let's see. But it's guaranteed war, whoever you choose.
Congratulations. Nice suit, by the way.
Benoit, right over here. One of the first things you said on the mic after winning the fight was Happy Veterans Week. This is for the veterans and stuff like that. How much of a factor was that, you getting into a war of your own, this week here in New York?
Yeah, I have been doing war since I'm 19. I was already in the desert as a special forces in the desert with all the other guys being 10 years older than me. But I worked my ass to get the opportunity to be with them and to serve with them. And I was very happy and a lot of emotions for me because the UFC offered two very good places for two friends of mine who are also former special forces. One of them having left a little bit of his soul on the battlefield, and one of them having left two of his legs. The one living without his legs is somebody that came inside my operation group just after I left. So like approximately 1 year after on the IAD he lost his legs. So it could have been me, and destiny is something that is playing tricks with us. And I love those two guys, and I was blessed to have them inside this arena to witness my fight tonight.
Much respect to your friends. Have you gotten to speak to them yet after the fight? I'm sure they're very proud of you tonight.
Yeah, I think we will eat at a French restaurant inside New York with the French community in here. Yeah, I have seen them during the fight week, and once again, I'm happy how the UFC is promoting this Veterans Week. I think it's something important because a lot of guys are leaving some of them soul and some of the other pieces of themselves outside. When you do the war outside the octagon, it's a lot different. So it's tough, and we are happy to live the way we live because those guys make this sacrifice, and I'm happy to be there.
Thank you, Benoit.
Vincent Piala, le Parisien, juste ici. Est-ce que tu peux nous raconter comment tu as vécu ce contexte? Le combat a été un petit peu retardé à cause d'une bagarre dans le public. Ça a un peu tardé et puis tu as tout réglé en 15 secondes. Comment tu as vécu ce mélange un peu d'émotions?
Je viens juste de voir il y a encore un finish. C'était l'heure, elle est prévue du combat, du début de la main card. Donc moi, je savais à quelle heure on allait rentrer et combattre. Donc j'ai pas vu la bagarre dans le public. J'ai vu les combats précédents, notamment le combat de Rodolfo Vieira contre Bonical. J'ai l'impression que c'est une très très belle soirée de combat avec des combats assez spectaculaires. Je suis resté focus sur mon combat. J'étais très fier de rentrer dans cet octogone face à ce niveau d'adversité, et la manière dont ça s'est terminé, effectivement, c'est toujours agréable quand ça se finit comme ça, mais on s'est préparé très dur pour 3 fois 5 minutes de guerre, et des fois ça finit plus tôt, tant mieux pour moi, et très fier en tout cas d'avoir livré cette performance avec l'ensemble de mon équipe, et des sacrifices qui ont été consentis de la part de mon équipe, de ma femme, de ma famille pour me permettre d'être performant aujourd'hui.
Est-ce que tu peux raconter aussi les quelques secondes qui ont suivi? On t'a vu aller checker que ton adversaire allait bien. Tu es aussi allé parler aux commentateurs sur le bord de l'octogone. Est-ce que tu peux raconter ces instants-là? Qu'est-ce qui te passe par la tête?
Beaucoup de joie, et puis surtout d'une sincérité sur mes prochains objectifs qui sont clairement la ceinture BMF et la ceinture de la catégorie. Je veux ramener une ceinture en France. C'est ce que j'ai envie de faire depuis que j'ai commencé mon aventure dans le MMA en 2019, que je me suis engagé dans ce chemin, dans cette carrière, et j'espère pouvoir le faire un jour.
Est-ce que tu as déjà une vision de ton programme des prochaines semaines ou prochains mois?
Là déjà, un bon resto, récupérer, et on verra de quoi la vie est faite dans les prochaines semaines.
Benoît, juste ici. Félicitations pour ce combat. Je pose la question en français, je la traduirai en anglais. 3 finishes en 6 mois, dont les 2 derniers, tu soumets un des plus grands strikers de la catégorie sur le papier. Là, tu mets KO un énorme grappleur. Est-ce que c'était ta manière justement de revenir et de montrer que tu étais un combattant complet? Et est-ce qu'avec ces résultats, il y a autre chose pour toi qu'une ceinture pour la suite?
C'est tout le bonheur que je peux souhaiter à l'équipe, au staff, à ma famille, c'est d'avoir cette opportunité-là d'affronter quelqu'un dans le top 5 et éventuellement une ceinture, la ceinture BMF ou la ceinture des 70 kilos. C'est clairement mon rêve et mon objectif, c'est de ramener ça en France. Donc voilà, on fait notre chemin et j'ai hâte de voir les opportunités qui nous seront qui vont nous être proposées. Bien entendu, je me tiens prêt et je réaliserai les objectifs que me donneront l'UFC et qui, j'espère, vont m'amener à mon objectif final.
For the people, Ruffy was better striker. Dariush was a better grappler. So what are you, Benoit Saint-Denis, grappler or striker? And what was the message with the two last finishes?
I'm a soldier.
Thanks, man.
Et Benoît, on a l'impression que tu as fait le signe de la ceinture ici, le signe de la ceinture à Dana White. Qu'est-ce qu'il a répondu à ta demande?
Bah, je pense qu'il va y réfléchir. C'est ce qu'il m'a dit. Donc de toute manière, c'est une catégorie où il y a beaucoup de mouvements, ça bouge beaucoup. On sait que l'UFC aussi, ça dépend des blessures, des opportunités. Il y a une shortlist dans le top 10. Donc, nous, on se tient prêt et on affrontera les étapes que nous donnons l'UFC, les opportunités qu'ils nous donneront. Et comme je dis, tout le bonheur que je nous souhaite avec l'équipe, c'est de pouvoir ramener une ceinture en France. Et la ceinture BMF ou la ceinture Lightweight, c'est deux ceintures qui me tiennent à cœur et que j'ai envie de ramener à la maison.
Et tu l'as déjà fait en anglais, mais est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer ce chaos qui doit rien au hasard?
Ouais, je pense que j'ai un style très engagé, très dur, et le clinch, le combat dans le clinch, c'est quelque chose que moi j'affectionne énormément, où je fais vraiment mal aux gens en sparring, parce que c'est quelque chose que j'affûte de plus en plus avec le temps. C'est un point fort que mon équipe a déterminé, a analysé. Donc du coup, on essaie de le bonifier au maximum et j'aime beaucoup utiliser les uppercuts pour faire remonter le menton au maximum, créer déjà des dégâts et finir sur un crochet. Ça, combiné avec des coudes des genoux, donc là, ça a très bien fonctionné. Et voilà, malheureusement pour Dariush, c'était le dodo.
Dernière pour moi, 3 contenders numéro 1, 3 number 1 contender from France. In how much time do you can be the fourth? Je disais qu'il y a 3 contenders numéro 1 en France, Manon, Cyril et Nassourdine. Combien de temps il te faudrait, toi, pour te replacer dans cette discussion?
As fast as I can, and whatever the UFC gives me for an opportunity, I will seize it. Merci à tous. Thank you very much to all.
I know. I figured that. After I can get one.
Carlos, congratulations on the victory. I guess how you feeling after another knockout like that?
Amazing, bro. Amazing. You know, the most entertaining guy of the welterweight division. I talk with Dana. Where's my title shot? You know, of course, you know, we have the rank. I know I have some guys front of me on the rank, but it's business, you know, it's entertainment. Like I said, I bring the kind of entertainment people like to see. So I can't wait in 30 minutes, go back to the octagon and face off the champ.
Well, what did Dana White say to you when you told him, "Where's my title"?
He said he gonna think about, because it's the champion time. You know, he don't want like disturb the champ and things like that. But you know, we are fighters. We are here to fight. So let's go.
And there's the photos of the fight was when Leon's on your back and you're kind of smiling and talking to him in there. So what were you actually saying in there?
I was like, bro, stop to do grappling, you know. It's not gonna work, bro. I do my all my camp with the Caio Borralho, you know. Caio is much more heavier than Leon, much better, you know. He grappling level, and Caio do that position all the time with me, you know. So I was not thinking about defense, the takedowns, you know. I don't worry about takedowns. I was worry about to hurt his leg, to stop his stop move, and then I can punch him. You know, it's what I did. You know, like and he was on my back saying, "Now, Caio did it many times. The guy, that guy don't gonna finish me." You know, I was like really calm, talk with him, and yeah, that's it.
Did you do Poetan's celebration?
Yeah, I'm big fan of Poetan. I was with him the last weekend, the Ethyn in Brazil, and then he said, "Oh, I'm gonna come there, I'm gonna watch your fight." And I was like, "Yeah, it's always nice to get energy of him, you know, of Gilbert Burns, you know, Rafael dos Anjos was here. I remember a time when I was watching that guys, and now they are here watching me. Man, it's giving me a goosebumps, you know."
And I have to ask, did you see Michael Morales' knockout? Because he also got one too.
Yeah, you know, Michael is really good. He's young, he's a really strong guy. But I think I still more entertaining than him. And I think it's my time.
What if because I seem like everyone on the internet wants to see you two fight. Do you think that's a fight better when one of you is the champion and then it could be a big main event?
Yeah, I think so. But I can fight it whenever UFC won, you know. I can, of course, I want to fight for the belt. But if the UFC say you need to fight Michael, you guys need to fight like a semifinal and go to the belt. Okay, let's go, let's fight.
And I have to ask, did you see that video of Islam saying that he saw you eating Nutella?
Yeah, you know, if I go on back there, and Islam get the belt, bro, I need to say, bro, you know, Nutella cake is really good on the fight week. Can you see what I did? All right.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
That was Raya. One thing you said during media week was you wanted to be the first person to knock out Leon Edwards, and you predicted you would, and now you backed it up. What does that mean?
Bro, you know, I'm really good to knock people out in the first time in UFC, you know, and I follow Li Jingliang, everybody was saying, he never lost by knockout, and then I come there and I knock him out. And then I follow Jeff New. Nobody knock out Jeff New and blah, blah, blah. And I go there and knock him out. And then with Leon at the same, you know, and I think the champ, or Jack Della Maddalena or Islam lost by knockout, one time UFC. But I think I can knock the champ out also. I'm gonna work a lot, you know, and back much better than today.
You know, when guys are vying for a title shot, there's a couple guys who are kind of in the running. People got to start nitpicking. And one thing you said about Leon is that his skills are declining. Or do you think that people are to say, yeah, well, he knocked out Leon, but Leon's lost 3 in a row, and you know, and they kind of won't give you credit for such an incredible achievement?
Bro, Lion is always a lion, you know, even if he's old or not, if he's tired or not. He's a former champ. I respect for that guy. I train so much for that fight. Sometimes I train 3 times per day. You know, I never did it. And to fight him, sometimes I train 3 times per day. Sorry. And yeah, like I said, Lion is always a lion, you know. The former champ is always a former champ. He beat Kamaru Usman. For me, Kamaru is a GOAT of welterweight division. So if you say, Leon is not on his prime, okay, come there and try to fight Leon.
And my last question, obviously, if you do get the main event, you have Jack Della Maddalena, who's known for his striking. You said you want people to strike with you. Makhachev's really known for his grappling. He's more likely to try to wrestle with you. Do you prefer Jack because of that?
Bro, I prefer the champ, no matter if it's Makhachev or Jack Della Maddalena, I train with the best guys in the world. I'm BJJ black belt. Today, you saw when he's got my back, I was like talking to him, I was smile, because I'm really calm, I'm really good doing that shit, like the plan is not like he don't get the takedown. The plan was hurt him. I knew already I'm gonna get up, he gonna give up, I'm gonna take him out of my back and finish the fight, like people say, Carlos got the takedown, Carlos got the guy got a back of Carlos. Well, I don't care. I care if you finish me, but if you don't finish me, I'm gonna get up and gonna keep it hurting, like my coach say, 15 minutes with me on side the octagon is long time, look like a 45 minutes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Carlos over here. A lot of fighters want to party with you tonight. I want to ask you, who are the pound for pound best fighters to party with other than yourself?
But I'm not sure, but I'm gonna part somewhere, Onde vai ser hoje, Luquinha? Onde vai ser? We're gonna find something, we have some options, and then I'm gonna post on Instagram.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All you guys are invited. Let's go.
Carlos, right over here. Tonight, you did something for your team as well. Your team needed a big victory like this, a big spark. So what kind of momentum do you think this victory will shine off onto the rest of the team?
I don't think it's gonna show the rest on the team, because everybody there is really good, have the really good mindset, Sometimes we lost. It's part of the MMA, it's part of the all sports, But my friends, they are really good mindset, They lost, but they already the level of them, they know they can become a champ. Everybody there is know. So sometimes some shit happened to show us some mistake you need to fix, like it happened with me, and we fix, and then back much stronger. It's gonna happen with my friends.
Thank you.
Done. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Acá estamos siempre puestos. Primero vamos a hacer todo para la prensa de Norteamérica, Estados Unidos, y después que toda la prensa latina hable contigo tranquilo. ¿Listo? Vamos.
Oh, Michael right here. Congratulations. I know it's been, a couple hours since your big win. So I guess how are you feeling after, another spectacular performance like that?
Felicidades, par de horas desde tu victoria. O sea, ¿cómo te sientes después de una victoria como esta?
Muy bien, tranquilo, ya más calmado después de la pelea y pues muy feliz por esta oportunidad que Dios me dio por salir con la victoria y con la mano en alto.
Very happy, more, a little cooler now and calmer after the fight, and happy and grateful for this opportunity that God's given me to win this fight.
Can you walk us through the shot that dropped him and then the follow-up punches that eventually put him away?
Vamos al paso a paso de lo que pasó, o sea, el golpe que inició todo hasta el momento que básicamente se terminó la pelea. Después hablar un poquito de esa secuencia.
Sí, ya teníamos estrategia planeada, pelear bajito con él, es un peleador pequeño pero súper fuerte, entonces había que trabajar un poquito flexionado mediante su altura, entonces trabajamos de esa manera, trabajamos muy calculado y frío, estaba súper nervioso en los camerinos, estaba recagado de nervios, creo que fue eso también parte fundamental de mantenerme alerta en toda la pelea, pero pues todo salió muy bien.
I think the key here that we're talking about, a very stocky fighter, so his head, that low center of gravity, so he just basically knees flexed all the time and trying to stay at the same level that he was. We worked on that a lot, able to be cool, calm, collected. I mean, listen, the corner held me out. I was really nervous. I was shitting my pants back in the locker room, but they were just basically, they calmed me down, and I was able to follow the strategy in the fight.
Why are you so nervous?
¿Por qué estás nervioso?
Siempre estoy nervioso. Yo peleo con nervios, con miedo, con el corazón en la mano, pero eso es lo que me mueve, es lo único que me mueve. Entonces, gracias a eso, pues digo que soy humano. Entonces, si no sientes nervios, no sientes miedo, pues no estás vivo.
I'm always like that before the fights. I fight with nerves. I fight with fear, with my heart in my hand. And I've always been like this because I take it to heart. I always tell people, if you don't have fear, if you don't have the nerves, you're not alive.
You put the mask on, you shouted your mom out. Have you had a chance to speak with her? And why did you? Obviously, we know why you chose the Miles Morales mask, but why did you bring it to MSG?
Bueno, primeramente, yo sé si tuviste la oportunidad de estar con tu mamá ya, pero ya pusiste la máscara y todo, o sea. Obviamente que sabemos por qué elegiste a Miles Morales, ¿por qué la trajiste acá a MSG?
La traje, siempre lo he querido hacer, ya llevaba tiempo con lo del Hombre Araña, me gusta mucho Miles Morales, pero pues ya era hora, en algún momento, no me importa si la UFC me multa ya a la final, es lo de menos ahorita, lo importante es la celebración, lo importante es que la gente lo haya gozado, lo haya disfrutado, y pues en el Madison nadie ha hecho eso, así que era la primera vez para todo el mundo.
Been wanting it for quite some time. I meant to do it. What better place to do it? I figured, listen, just wanted to celebrate. I don't care if they're gonna give me a fine or something like that. I gotta have to get it done. The important thing is that people enjoyed it, and that's pretty much it. Just might as well just do it here.
What did you make of Islam's performance against Jack?
¿Viste la pelea de Islam? ¿Qué piensas del performance de Islam?
Yo le iba a ir a Islam, le fui a Islam, de hecho. Bueno, no, perdón, fue a Jack, yo le iba a Jack Della Maddalena. Tuvo una pelea muy dura, ya sabíamos que Islam lo que quería era recibir menos golpe y pues luchar más. Así que esa fue su estrategia, fue la manera en la que peleó y pues lo hizo bien. Y pues Jack dio todo de sí para llevar la pelea de pie, pero no se pudo. Así que pues todo el mundo ya lo tenía previsto, que él iba a querer tumbar porque saben que Jack pega fuerte y más en un welter, entonces... es lo que iba a hacer, yo ya lo sabía, o sea, él quería tumbar y pues mantenerse lejos de los golpes de Jack, porque sabe que es otra categoría y es otro tipo de golpe que no está en 155, así que era obvio que iba a hacer eso y pues trabajó bien, lo hizo muy bien y pues ahora hay un doble campeón en la categoría welter, pero eso no quita que yo vaya a detenerme.
Obviously a little correction there. I was going for JDM, but we knew what it was going to do. We knew what he needed to do. We knew that it was going to be very wrestling heavy, that he was going to go with the grappling. We knew that he was going to try to receive as less damage as possible and less hits from JDM. So listen, we knew that it's a new division we're talking about. Once, I mean, he's no longer 155, so you have to watch out for what's going on. He is a champion. He's a double champion. He's a new champion of the welterweight division, but that's not going to stop me.
you made the motion for the belt, but Carlos Prates also wants the title shot. He declared himself the most entertaining fighter in the division. And we asked him about your fight, and he goes, "You're exciting. He's more exciting, and maybe eventually you can fight." But he would also be willing to fight you maybe in a quote semifinals match to face the welterweight champion. So what did you make of his win and his comments?
Carlos Prates siempre dice que es el más interesante la pelea de la categoría. O sea, obviamente digo que tu pelea fue tremenda, pero la de él fue mejor. O sea, ¿y qué nos importa de tener que enfrentar a ti? O sea, la próxima vez. O sea, ¿qué piensas de una semifinal por la oportunidad de pelear por el cinturón ustedes dos?
Pues no importa, a mí la UFC es la que manda. Yo no soy el que dice vas a pelear con esta persona, quieres o no, no. Si me dicen vas a pelear con él, yo lo voy a hacer, no me importa. Y si me dicen que tengo que esperarme un rato más para el título, voy a esperar. Mientras me dejen pelear a mí, yo estoy feliz de la vida. Eso se da paso a paso, no hay desesperación, estoy joven, estoy aprovechando todas las oportunidades que me da Dios, estoy aprovechando a mi madre que está disfrutando de mis peleas, mis esquinas, que son las personas que siempre me acompañan. Y pues más que nada, pues si se da la pelea con él, con Prates, con Ian Garry, con Belal, con cualquiera, yo voy a esperar mi oportunidad y la voy a aceptar. Creo que está más que claro que yo cumplí mi promesa, una vez más lo digo. Cumplí mi promesa de ganar la pelea al primer round, cumplí mi parte, los otros peleadores no lo hicieron, así que el que se lleve la pelea, pues ese es el que el presidente diga, ¿no?
Listen, the UFC owns this one. The UFC makes the shots, makes the calls. They will see who's going to fight who, and so we're just going to follow the suit what they say. And listen, if I'm supposed to fight Prates, I'll fight Prates. If I'm supposed to fight Ian or Palau, whoever it is, I'll take it. I'm not going to turn down a fight. I want to fight for the title. If I need to fight one of them, okay. Listen, I fulfilled my promise. I said I was going to get a knockout in the first round. I got it. Other fighters didn't fulfill their promise. So whatever the UFC says, we're going to fight.
Congratulations.
Michael, right over here. Obviously, all week long, we saw so much support from Ecuador, just the people here, the flags all over the arena tonight. Obviously, you've made a name back home and the fans are supporting you here, but now you're making a name in a whole nother country. What does that mean to you?
Obviamente, toda la afición de Ecuador que está toda acá, o sea, durante toda la semana, hoy acá en la arena también un montón de gente, pero ahora tienes el aporte de otro país también. O sea, ¿cómo te sientes de volverte una estrella?
Muy contento, o sea, no me lo tomo como una estrella, sino como un representante de todas esas personas, ¿no? Que se emocionan al ver a un peleador que admiran, que se emocionan al ver a su peleador favorito. Yo lo he hecho, también he estado en su lugar y pues simplemente sé qué se siente ver a alguien e inspirarse en esa persona. Entonces, estoy muy agradecido con todas las personas de Ecuador, con todas las personas de México, con todas las personas de aquí, nacionales que vinieron a ver la pelea. Estoy muy contento, muy feliz. Estamos logrando muchas cosas increíbles gracias también a mis entrenadores. México fue las personas que me abrieron todo este camino, todas estas puertas que me abrieron fue ahí en México. Y pues a Raúl, él fue el pilar fundamental también para que yo haga muchas cosas buenas en UFC. Así que agradecido con todos ellos y pues nada, simplemente concentrado. Lo que importa ahorita es estar concentrado en la pelea. No me la voy a creer hasta tener el cinturón en mis manos y pues que Dios dicte mi camino.
Obviously, very happy with the support. Very happy to. And I don't consider myself to be a star, but someone that's a representative of all of them, from Ecuador to Mexico, and I'm happy from everyone from any country that was here as well. And I just feel that it's good to have somebody, because I've been in that situation, to have somebody that's inspiration to you, so you can provide that inspiration. I'm just going to be the most important part. Very grateful for everything. Very grateful for the opportunity again that this gave me to actually do this, but. I'm happy for Ecuador, happy for Mexico, this country that has embraced me and has welcomed me. My coaches, my corners, Raul has been the fundamental pillar of the opportunity that have given me. I'm just very happy and grateful for them, and I'm going to continue to enjoy it.
Thank you.
Just Michael, right here, right in the front. Jack Della Maddalena just faced Islam Makhachev. The pre-fight, he said, yeah, Islam might take me down, but he won't be able to hold me down. I'll get back up. Time and time again, people have said that. They said either Islam won't be able to take him down or won't be able to hold him down. If you get that match next, why would he not be able to take you down or hold you down? What would make you different?
JDM acaba de pelear contra Islam, como sabes, y durante toda la semana y hace mucho tiempo ha dicho, puede ser que me tumbe, puede ser que haya derribo, pero me levanto y no me va a mantener ahí. Todas las veces, pelea tras pelea, todos dicen, no te preocupes, yo me levanto, y me paro ahí. O sea, ¿por qué él no va a lograr eso contigo si ustedes pelean? O sea, ¿por qué no vas a dejar que eso pase o que vas a levantar?
Todo el mundo dice eso hasta el día de la pelea. Cuando me enfrento a ellos ya es diferente. Todo el mundo dice que también me van a tumbar, me van a finalizar o me van a noquear y no pasa eso. Así que lo único que hago es dejar que hablen y yo hacer lo mío, que es mi trabajo, estar concentrado, estar listo para la pelea. Así sea la persona que sea ahorita que es el actual campeón, no me importa lo que él diga, yo voy a hacer lo mío, mi trabajo, mantenerme en silencio y pues también a noquearlo.
They've said this about me as well. Every single time, every fighter has said, "Oh, I'll take him down. I'll just tell you, I'll work him down the ground." I mean, it's gonna happen. They say things and they are not able to do it. The one thing, as he said before, I'm going to continue to be focused. I'm going to be calm about this. Continue to put and show the hard work that I put in, and that's not going to happen. Ahora todo español. Okay, so right now Spanish.
¿Qué tal, Michael? Bienvenido, felicidades por tremenda performance. Se hablaba de que esta hasta el momento era la pelea más complicada en tu carrera y como tú siempre lo dices, rápido, limpio y elegante. ¿Se está convirtiendo en tu firma?
Así es lo que hemos estado trabajando, pero para que se realice hay que trabajar muy fuerte. Hemos trabajado muy, muy fuerte a pesar de que tuvimos un corto tiempo, entonces la manera de trabajar de nosotros es muy, muy fuerte. Entran, pues sí, nos esmeramos en los entrenamientos y más si son peleas de corto viso, así que no hay que desaprovechar las oportunidades que nos den. Raúl me lo dice siempre, estás joven, no te apures, va a pasar esto, va a pasar lo otro, en cualquier momento nos va a tocar perder. Así que tú siempre estás preparado para cualquier cosa, disfrútalo, gózalo, o sea, estás haciendo cosas que ni un otro chico de tu edad lo está haciendo, así que agradecele a Dios, agradece a tu familia, agradece a las personas que se están ayudando y eso estamos haciendo ahora.
Totalmente. Lo hiciste ver demasiado fácil en realidad, pero como tú lo dices, atrás de eso está mucha preparación. ¿Qué se siente cristalizar esto frente a un número 2? O sea, hacerlo ver tan fácil frente al número 2 de las 170 libras.
Sí, tú lo dijiste también, o sea, es un trabajo arduo, es muy cansado, es muy doloroso, pero lo disfruto. Yo disfruto el entrenamiento más que la pelea. La pelea se puede acabar o se puede demorar, lo que sea, pero yo prefiero salir y estar ileso y disfrutar de mi familia a estarme ahí matando con alguien. No, yo prefiero salir totalmente bien, limpiecito, todo normal. Y pues ya, en el entrenamiento sí, que sangre, que llore, que sude, que la sufra, que en el corte de peso no me dejen salir del sauna, todo eso es parte de lo que me hace crecer como peleador, desarrollarme como persona, porque sé que ahí mi mente está forzándose a algo que cualquier otro dejaría ahí botado y se iría a su casa nomás a descansar. No, yo pues me quiero quedar, quiero vivir la vida del peleador, así que es lo que estoy haciendo, lo disfruto, lo gozo y en el momento que tenga que dar sus frutos, pues los voy a recibir, bienvenido sea.
Michael, así como nos gusta, ¿qué te dijo tu mamá justo antes de entrar al octágono?
Me chucheó, me puteó, me dijo de todo, pero que salga ganando el primer round. Mi mamá me dijo eso sí, gana la pelea el primer round, no me hagas sufrir tanto, hijo de puta. Eso fue todo. Pero ella está contenta, mi mamá está ahí, está feliz, ya están ahí afuera haciendo banderazo, así que ahorita voy a ir a verla, nos pegamos unas bielitas y ya a descansar.
Michael, si no se da directamente esta oportunidad para el título que le pediste a Dana White hoy, ¿aún sigues pensando en Ian Garry o tienes otro nombre ya del top 5 porque ya te enfrentaste ahora a un ex 2?
Sí. No, o sea, no importa si es Ian Garry, como te digo, si es Ian Garry o ¿verdad? Ellos tienen sus peleas ahorita. Así que dependiendo de eso se van a dar los resultados. Yo sí tengo pica con Ian Garry, o sea, sí le quiero sacar la chucha, pero yo estoy esperando mi oportunidad y lo que diga Dana White. O sea, él es el presidente y pues si gana su pelea, bien, nos va a tocar en cualquier momento, porque también es retador del título, es un prospecto también, al igual que Prates, también ganó su pelea muy bien, así que hay que esperar, solo hay que esperar, esto es cuestión de tiempo y se acabó. Ya el título ya está ahí para los 3 o los 4, quién sabe, que venga uno más, así que hay que esperar nada más.
Y bueno, ya para finalizar, tu saludo para toda la gente ecuatoriana que está más que prendida de tu carrera y hoy de tu pelea. Todos los videos se han hecho virales, así que tu saludo.
Así es, pues lo prometido es deuda, cumplimos con la palabra. Vamos a ir a Ecuador a celebrar esta gran victoria, espero verlos pronto. Vamos a ir al partido de Ecuador también que va a ser ahora en esta semana, así que a disfrutarlo, a gozarlo. Les dijimos que el ecuatoriano es arrecho y si se muere, muere arrecho. Así que hasta el final vamos a meterle mucho corazón, muchos huevos también en ese partido y a darle con todo.
Michael, por acá, qué gusto estar otra vez por acá contigo. Felicidades por una gran victoria. Técnicamente te mostraste superior en todo momento, desde el inicio controlando el centro del octágono. Te pregunto, ¿en la estrategia salió todo lo planeado o te sorprendió que él nunca buscara el piso?
No, o sea, nosotros sí dijimos, lo dije con Raúl, hablamos de eso en el camerino, vamos a pelear a un nivel un poquito más bajo en cuestión de mi guardia, porque si peleamos como peleamos normalmente, que es flojos, un poquito altos, sueltos, él iba a entrar a taclear o algo así, así que siempre en guardia, siempre con los nervios de punta, porque no sabemos qué iba a hacer. Él es un muy buen luchador, muy buen jiu-jitsu. También se lo dije ahí al momento de salir de la pelea a su esquina, que le deseo lo mejor a él y a su familia, porque sé que tiene un hijo que apenas tiene meses de nacido, así que le deseo lo mejor del mundo. Tiene todavía todo el potencial para seguir subiendo la categoría, está muy fuerte, muy, muy fuerte, porque casi en el agarre que me hizo ahí arriba casi no me le salgo. Así que sí, se cumplió la estrategia, era pelear bien, de frente, de pie y pues tranquilo, con mente fría.
Oye, antes de la pelea, el Media Day, le preguntaba a la mayoría de los periodistas estadounidenses si decían que te iba a ganar Sean Brady básicamente por una cuestión de experiencia, de su grappling y todo lo demás. La pregunta es, ¿sientes que a estas alturas tanto tus rivales como la prensa extranjera sobre todo te menosprecia?
Pues no importa.
¿O
lo
te
que
infravalora más que menospreciar?
Sí,
más
o
bien?
sea, realmente no me importa. Yo, como te digo, no me importa lo que hablen de mí, no me importa si les gusta cómo peleo, si les gusta cómo no peleo. El que tiene que hacerlo bien soy yo, ¿ok? Entonces, desea se la busca, estamos aquí, estamos allá, pero de alguna u otra manera nos apoyamos, a pesar de que también no nos apoyamos, lo poquito que se recibe, bienvenido sea, y lo que no, pues también, así que a seguirle metiendo.
Por último, Michael, ¿qué mensaje le das a todo el pueblo ecuatoriano que se siente muy feliz, muy emocionado contigo con esta victoria?
Que estamos logrando muchas cosas, dando pequeños pasos, o sea, esto apenas comienza, somos 4 ya, van a venir 5, van a venir 6, pero le estamos dando con todo, o sea, lo hemos demostrado en el Contender, lo hemos demostrado con todas las estrellas que están llegando al UFC, con los veteranos del UFC también de Ecuador, entonces esto es paso a paso, simplemente no dejar de apoyar, eso es fundamental, a pesar de las críticas, a pesar de los malos comentarios y cosas malas que pasan, pues el ecuatoriano no se detiene, no se va a detener nunca, y pues creo que lo único que puedo decir es que la única manera de que sobresalimos nosotros en Ecuador es poniéndole mucha rechera y muchos huevos a todos.
Gracias, Michael.
Michael, por acá. Acá, ¿cómo estás? En primer lugar, felicitaciones, por supuesto, por el gran triunfo a ti, a todo el equipo, al profe Raúl, a Andy, a Martín, que también lo veo por ahí. Felicidades a todos. Michael, 3 peleas consecutivas, 3 victorias por nocaut, las 3 en el primer round. ¿El plan siempre es salir lanzando y meter presión o a veces, digamos, has tenido el plan mezclado un poco con esperar los huecos, esperar a ver qué te dice el lenguaje corporal del rival y esperar a ver sus intenciones?
Es eso es lo último que dijiste, el lenguaje corporal es lo que me ayuda mucho. Yo escucho mucho en mi esquina cuando estamos peleando. Entonces, cuando yo veo que mi rival lo toco o algo, si no se le tambalean los ojos, no lo sigo. Entonces, hay que esperar el momento adecuado, hay que esperar a que vea que no puede pararse bien. Ahí es donde yo ataco de verdad. Entonces, la estrategia siempre fue tocarlo mucho, pero fuerte, y esperar la oportunidad de llevarlo hasta el piso y golpear hasta que no se paren.
El jueves en la rueda de prensa, cuando se le preguntó a Sean Brady por la cantidad de ecuatorianos que estaban aquí apoyándote y que generalmente vivían acá en el área de New York y de New Jersey, y él dijo, simplemente los ecuatorianos están aquí por un partidito de fútbol del martes. No sé si te diste cuenta de eso el jueves, pero ¿qué opinión te merecería eso que dijo Sean Brady, sobre todo ahora que pasó lo que pasó?
Le sacamos la chucha, lo único que puedo decir es eso, le sacamos la chucha y no importa lo que él diga, se hizo el trabajo, se hizo muy bien y todos los ecuatorianos estuvieron aquí presentes para recargárselo, que estuvimos aquí para la pelea primero y luego para el partido, pero también para la pelea. Así que se hizo.
Y por último, para no perder la costumbre, ¿me regalas un arrecho Ecuador?
Arrecho Ecuador, hijo de puta.
Michael, por acá. ¿Me ves?
Sí.
Ok, felicidades por el triunfo para empezar. Y bueno, tú mencionas algo muy importante que es cómo has desarrollado el oído, cómo tú escuchas muy bien a tu esquina. ¿Hay un ejercicio en específico que desarrollen en el gimnasio de Entram para que tú puedas escuchar a tu mamá, incluso hoy que la escuchaste en Madison?
Sí, pues lo he venido entrenando desde muy chico. Mi mamá fue mi esquina, entonces hacía mucho caso y aparte como entrenaba desde muy pequeño, como te digo, tenía la costumbre de hacerle caso mucho a mis esquinas, o sea, lo que escucho, a mis entrenadores. Entonces, Raúl, Andy, Martín siempre me gritan y siempre los escucho, siempre, siempre. Cuando Andy me dice protocolo, es respiración, Martín me dice distancia, Raúl me dice más jab, más golpeo, entonces escucho todo eso y así mismo escucho hasta a mi mamá estando a lo lejos. Así que es trabajo constante, es trabajo que se viene haciendo desde hace tiempo y también he desarrollado eso, escuchar mucho a la esquina desde lo lejos que estén.
Bueno, y ahora junto a Rakhmonov son los 2 invictos dentro de la categoría. ¿Crees que esta racha, como ya lo mencionan también los colegas, 3 victorias consecutivas en el primer round, los bonos y aparte tu racha invicta, sean superiores a la de los demás que te hagan más merecedor a ser un contendiente al título?
Pues sí, o sea, lo importante es cómo tú te desarrolles dentro de UFC. Si eres un peleador aburrido, pues no vas a dar tus frutos, ¿no? Entonces, no estoy diciendo que yo sea lo máximo, ¿no? Estamos creciendo, estamos empezando, o sea, esto apenas comienza, así que no hay que acelerarse, simplemente disfrutar el momento, disfrutar la pelea, disfrutar todo esto que estamos sintiendo ahorita, que es euforia más que nada, así que a mantenerse tranquilos, de aquí a enero otra vez a trabajar. Ahorita las navidades, la fiesta, el fin de año, las viudas, todo el relajo en Ecuador y después ya a volver al trabajo.
A propósito de eso, ¿vas a seguir con la tradición de vestirte de viuda?
Obviamente, hay que hacer eso popular. Aquí la UFC piensa que eso es de maricones, pero no. Eso hay que popularizarlo.
Muy bien, Michael. Y nada más para finalizar, mencionas también la importancia de lo que ha sido el profe Raúl y todo el equipo de Entram para ti. Pero bueno, ¿qué puedes decir? Porque no solo para ti, sino para los ecuatorianos que han podido brillar internacionalmente, que han pasado por ese gimnasio que representa para el MMA ecuatoriano, para tu opinión, lo Entram Gym.
Es como una segunda casa para mí. Raúl es como un papá, Andy, Martín también, son familia para mí. Entram se ha vuelto mi hogar y pues a pesar de que muchos van y vienen, yo prefiero quedarme ahí porque siento que de un 100% apenas llevo un 20% aprendido, me queda mucho, quiero ser cinta negra en Entram Gym, quiero aprender muy bien las bases de Raúl, quiero aprender muy bien sobre mi propio cuerpo, que Andy también aprende todos los días, él es un coach que se actualiza cada rato, entonces me queda muchísimo en Entram, me voy a quedar ahí, voy a permanecer ahí, yo soy Entram Gym también, así que lo importante ahora es seguir trabajando, seguir mejorando, traer más peleadores que aprendan, que que se eduquen como peleadores de MMA, y más si son ecuatorianos. Por mí estaría súper orgulloso de que vinieran y dijeran, aquí entrenó Michael también. Así que bienvenidos sean también, y pues nada, a esperar a que trabajen duro también.
Muy bien, Michael, gracias.
Gracias.
Michael, por acá, ¿qué tal? Ya, ok. Michael, ¿qué tal? Bueno, primero felicitaciones nuevamente. Ya son 3 triunfos de esa manera contundente por parte tuya. Bueno, otro de los temas que también se venía conversando era el tema del peso durante la semana y bueno, cómo terminó siendo beneficioso para ti. ¿No has considerado a lo mejor en un futuro, no sé si inmediato, lejano, pelear en la siguiente división?
Sí, pero lo primordial ahorita es ser campeones en esta categoría. Ya lo hablé con Raúl, ya lo hablé con Andy, con Martín. Primero hay que ser campeones. Sí sufrimos para dar peso, la verdad sufrimos mucho. Vine bajando 40 libras desde que empezamos campamento hasta ahorita, pero no fue muy bien. Cortamos el último día, que fue el jueves, creo, como 16 libras. Entonces un corte de la noche a la mañana también está duro, pero lo hicimos bien, estuvimos tranquilos, sudamos todo el tiempo. Y así mismo el rebote, llegamos aquí en 199, creo, 199 libras, casi 200, entonces también tuvimos un buen rebote. Entonces podemos mejorar, podemos educarnos un poquito más. Yo más que nada no controlo la comida, pero nos podemos educar más.
Hiciste pues una pelea a Dana White por el cinturón. Obviamente que hay que esperar un poco, pero más o menos ¿en qué tiempo creerías que podría darse esto?
Cuando estén listos, cuando esté listo el campeón, cuando esté listo el siguiente rival, contra el quien sea, no importa, yo solo quiero esperar mi oportunidad, y como te digo, lo estoy disfrutando, lo estoy gozando, la gente lo está viviendo, mi mamá está feliz, entonces lo importante ahorita es recuperarse, volver a estar en forma y listos para la siguiente pelea.
Arrecho, Michael.
Arrecho.
All right, the attendance tonight was 20,664. It was sold out. Gate was 13.6 million. That's the third highest gate at MSG. UFC holds 1 through 5, 7, 9, and 10 all time at MSG. 2 more years will be the top 10, all 10 of the top 10. The performance of the nights were Nickel, BSD, Pradas, and Morales. They all won 50 grand.
Well, Dana, in the end, a much more dominant fight for Islam than maybe we thought. I thought maybe it was going to be a bit more 50-50.
I agreed with you.
What did you think of his performance, Jack performance, and the whole fight?
Yeah, I mean, you know, not the most exciting title fight you'll ever see, but let me tell you what, complete dominance. And it's depending on what we do next with him and what's going on, this guy's headed toward GOAT talk.
Right, and that's the thing, right? What exactly do you do next with him? It's no surprise there's a lot of guys who want to fight him. Kamaru Usman, Shavkat, Ilia Topuria is calling him out. Is the Ilia fight, that's obviously the biggest fight, right? But is that one you would like to look at, or would you rather keep Ilia at 55 and make him defend that championship at least?
I don't know yet. You know, obviously the great thing that you just laid out is we have a lot of options.
Yeah.
And it depends on what he wants to do. Has he been through here yet?
Islam,
no. So does he want to stay at 170? Is he interested in 155? Is he, you know, I don't know. I don't know any of those questions. You know what I mean? Answers.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense we're going to hear the words White House quite a lot from fighters over the next few months. Islam is already calling for that. Is that, I think when we think about the White House, it's almost like, oh, does it have to be America versus the world themed and stuff like that? For you, would you be happy putting a non-American main event on that card?
Yeah, it's not America versus the world. It's what's the best card we can build.
So could Islam end up on the White House?
We're talking about him possibly, you know, GOAT talk here, depending on what he does in his next couple of fights. So it's a possibility.
And then speaking of GOAT talk again, Valentina Shevchenko, another crazy dominant performance. I saw you did a podcast where you said that fight would never be boring, and then it turned out that Valentina just kind of smoked her. Curious your thoughts on that fight as well.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, Weili's a little pit bull. I thought she would she would be much stronger and do better in that fight than she did. One of my buddies texted me after the fight and said, "This is why we have weight classes."
I mean, Zhang's a very strong woman, and Valentina just kind of threw her around like no business. Would you be interested in Valentina maybe moving back to 135 to try and test herself, or are you okay with her making those calls?
I don't know. I'm not even thinking about that kind of shit.
Okay. And last one for me. Yesterday, Jorge Masvidal did a Q&A, and he said that the UFC is mad at him for something. He wouldn't get into details.
I was just talking to him 30 minutes ago.
Why are you mad at him?
I have no idea. I didn't know I was.
Okay, cool.
We're definitely not mad at him.
He wants to come back and fight at the White House.
I got no problem. I have no problem with him.
Right here. The rest of the main card, a couple of star-making performances in Michael Morales and Carlos Pratas. I know you guys have always been high on Carlos, but to put away Leon like that and, you know, calling himself the most entertaining fighter in the division, just what did you make of his kind of, you know, like I said, star-making performance out there?
Yeah. I mean, listen, when you get these kind of opportunities, you know, like Ewing tonight, I mean, when you get an opportunity, you come to make the most of it. And there was a lot of that on the card tonight.
Well, I was going to ask about Ewing, but I'll ask now. You know, he laid out his last 48 hours. He got the call, caught a plane at 11, got to New York at 7:30, stepped on the scale at 9 a.m., said he's always going to be ready and just wants the rocket now. So I guess those last 48 hours have to be one of the most wildest ones for you guys.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, definitely for him. You know, when he came to the weigh-ins yesterday, I was like, hey, man, you know, much respect. What an incredible opportunity for you. And no matter what happens tomorrow night, I'm going to be sending you something in the mail. And, you know, I love these guys. It's like the guys that are just coming off the contender. I mean, you got Jack Della, who tonight was the champion defending against a potential GOAT. And then you got the other guys that were on the card tonight, and then throwing a kid like Ewing. It's awesome. It's what makes this sport so fun.
And then speaking of Michael Morales, not just his performance today, but kind of all week at the press conference, he kind of came off as a superstar. He got most of the questions. He's had the longest media day. There's a ton of Ecuadorian media here specifically for him. So you've got to see money with him.
Yeah. Listen, he's obviously incredible. He's 19-0. He's cool as hell. And yeah, he's got it all. You can check all the boxes with that kid.
And then just last one for me, a reaction to Bo Nickal's head kick knockout and then getting on the cage and giving the double birds to the New York crowd.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, I did see that. What was that about? I was in the back. Oh, were they booing him or something?
He said he was, quote, standing up for myself. If you're going to give me grief, I'm going to give it back to you.
No, I don't give a shit. I mean, that's yeah. I hear you. I just didn't know why he was flipping him off. I don't know if they were booing him or what was going on. He's had a rough week. Well, that's a hell of a way to end it.
Dana, you were obviously here for Anderson Silva's incredible run in the UFC. Islam Makhachev ties his record for 16 consecutive wins. Like, such crazy things can happen in the sport, eye pokes, disqualification, stuff like that. How remarkable is what he's done, matching that record 12 years after Anderson's streak ended?
Yeah, so I was like, Habib came up to me freaking out and screaming and says, "Can I put the belts on him, please?" I said, "Yeah." He goes over there and wraps him over the head with both the belts. I think he took more damage in getting his belts than he did during the fight. And I was saying to Habib, I've been in the fight business since I was 20 years old. And all I ever hear is, this guy's going to be a world champion. This guy's going to do this. This guy's going to do that. Everybody says the same thing. And almost nobody ever does or makes it. His father said, Habib will go in and dominate and he'll have a run. And when he's done, and then Islam will come in behind him and do the same. And, holy shit, it played out exactly the way his father said, which is pretty amazing. I don't know what you asked me, but I hope I answered your question.
No, it's just his winning streak matching Anderson Silva's record. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that this kid's accomplished and to move up and weight and say what you want about Jack and the odds, the odds makers had him a big. I didn't. I thought that fight was going to be much, much tougher for Islam. And Jack's a tough kid and gritty. And he beat Bilal, and Bilal's a nightmare for a lot of people. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was. Hats off to Islam for dominating.
How much of a say will he get in who he wants to fight out of all these guys? Pre-fight, he was saying like Kamaru Usman's the greatest welterweight, the biggest name. I think he wants that as like a legacy kind of fight. Maybe like, John won with Stipe or something.
It's a great problem to have. You know what I mean? It's like there's so many, like when he started, he was walking through Shavkat and Usman and, Ilya, and the list goes on and on. It's a great problem to have, especially when you start talking about this kid is a couple fights away from possible GOAT talk.
And I know this is the fight game. Crazy stuff happens all the time, especially behind the scenes. But I was right there on press row when that crazy brawl broke out with Dylan Dennis and the member of Habib's team and stuff. Can you just tell us how disappointed you were to see that and any insight into the fallout?
I blame myself for that, actually. They came back and told me right before I walked out for the main card that Dylan Dennis was here and he was moving around, sitting in fighter seats and not sitting in his own seat that he had. He had a ticket. And they said, "Do you want us to throw him out of here?" And I said, "He has a ticket?" And I said, "Yeah." And, they told me, they said, Masvidal said he's going to fuck him up on site. And I said, "Well, where's Masvidal sitting?" He said, "Well, he's 6 or 7 rows away from Masvidal." I said, "Well, if the guy has a ticket, let him sit in his seat and let him do what he's doing and keep an eye on him." It never even crossed my mind, as stupid as this could be, that the entire Muslim Brotherhood was here tonight in the first 5 rows for Islam. And as soon as it broke out, I was over on the other side and I go, fuck, I know exactly what that is. I knew it. And yeah, you will never see Dylan Dennis at a UFC fight ever again.
Yeah, I was going to say he's wanted badly to come in this company, and he said you guys don't want to sign him because he makes too much trouble. I guess point made.
Well, that and a lot of other reasons,
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll never see him at another fight. So they called me from downstairs and they said, "We got him down here. Do you want to press charges and have him arrested?" And I said, "No, we don't want to press charges. This is the fight business, man. You know how I feel about this shit. And I could have prevented this tonight, and I messed up."
Yeah. Anyone else get arrested or anything like that in the fall?
Not that I'm aware of. No, okay. We're not pressing charges. I'm not speaking for MSG or anybody else that was involved in this thing. I don't know, but we, the UFC, are not pressing charges against anybody.
Cool. And just last with me, we're here halfway through November. No fights announced for 2026 yet. I know you guys are working on a lot of stuff, but when could we maybe start expecting dates and fight announcements?
Yeah, we got obviously the first fight on Paramount that we got to put together, and then after this year ends, the big one is the White House fight. So I don't know. We'll get it done though.
Dana, straight down here, down the middle. What are your thoughts on where Leon Edwards goes now from here? 3 losses in a row, and they're progressively got worse. So
yeah, this was a rough one tonight. I don't know. Leon will go home, take some time, and then we'll get back with him and see what he's thinking, where his head is at, and go from there.
Do you think perhaps his best days are behind him?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, listen, when you get in there, you know, there was a lot of buzz on this card. You know why? Because every one of these fights was badass tonight. That's why. And you know, anything can happen when you get in there and start mixing it up with the best in the world. So.
Fair enough. And final one from me. A few weeks removed from UFC 321, which had the unfortunate eye poke of Tom Aspel. I'm curious, have you spoken to Tom in recent weeks, and is there any update on him?
There's no update. You know, what he needs to do is stay home, get well, stay off the internet, and start training and get ready to come back.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dana, over here.
Yep.
You mentioned Islam as a potential GOAT, so I was wondering, how do you think the pound for pound ranking is going to look like next Monday?
What do I think the pound for pound is going to look like?
Yeah.
I think Islam's going to be number one. That's what I think.
And if you,
but it's not up to me. It's up to you guys. You guys are the guys voting on that shit, not me.
And if you had to, we know you like to do.
And you're usually wrong, so it'll probably be Ilya on.
And if you had to do a GOAT ranking as of right now, currently, would John Jones still be the first one?
Yes, John Jones is still the GOAT, whether you like it or not. Go ahead, sir. You had
I want to talk about the main event. You said it wasn't the most exciting fight. You're not scared to criticize the ref. Do you think Herb Dean should have stood him up? There wasn't that much action going on.
No. I think that you know, in both fights, the co-main and main, you know, they got the takedown, they got the dominant position. They were trying to work. They're trying to move. You know, it's definitely not what everybody wants to see, but it is what everybody in this room and everybody who watches this press conference knew what the game plan would be. If Jack couldn't stop the takedown, then he at least better be able to get back to his feet. And if he couldn't, you knew how this was going to play out.
Every single week, it seems like you're asked about a different location. You say you want to go here, you want to go there. In 2026, 2027, will we start seeing you more on the road and less Apex shows?
I've been home like fucking 10 days this year. Are we not traveling enough for you, sir? Yeah. No, we're going to keep doing exactly what I seriously, what have I been home? I've been home like 8 or 9 days in the last 40 days. You want me to never go home, sir? Is that what you're asking me? Less Apex shows. We're definitely doing less Apex shows. Yeah.
All right. And my last question, you do, besides doing shows, you go to like special locations. I think you went to the Sphere, you went to the White House. Do you have anything else, like a specific location you want to go to? Not necessarily a city, but like a spot.
Spain. Yeah, we haven't done Spain. Yeah.
Just right here, sir. Talking about Europe, can you give us any news about the potential rematch between Thomas Pinal and Cyril Gane?
About the rematch with
Aspinall.
What about it?
Any potential
some
news
news?
about it?
I just answered that.
Oh, didn't do it. Sorry.
Welcome to the press conference, sir.
No, sorry. Second one, Benoit Saint-Denis asked for a BMF title. Does he have the right profile for you to get this belt?
I don't know. I'm, you know, he did, yes, and you know, I don't even think about that stuff tonight. You know, we'll fly home tonight, have all day tomorrow, get back in the office Monday, and then Tuesday we start. You know what I mean? I don't even think about that stuff tonight.
Thanks.
But I understand. Listen, he wants to fight for the BMF. Prodis tonight was all over me. He wanted to get back into the octagon and, you know, square off with Islam, and you know, everybody's all fired up tonight. We got to take some time to figure out what we're going to do next.
And just little one, we have 3 number 1 contender in France: Manon Fiorot, Cyril Gane, and Nassourdine Imavov. Can we have big events in France, like more than a fight night in the future?
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is I always talk about going to the UK and seeing events, the crowds, and all this stuff. Listen, France is pound for pound and the mix for as far as crowds go. So I'm also one of the owners of SLS Skate League. We just did a skate competition there, and the French kid pulled off a trick there, and the place went crazy, and everybody started. It was sold out. Everybody started throwing their water bottles into the. It's pretty badass in France, the live events. So, the long-winded answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dana, straight ahead. I know the focus is on 322, and rightfully so, but big picture, I mean, what you guys did in Vegas with Canelo and Crawford, tonight at MSG, planning for the White House card. You've come so far from working for Peter Welch in Southie.
He's here tonight, yeah.
Is he really? Yeah. Is there a lesson that you still hold on to from that time? I mean, it's amazing where you were and where you are now.
Yeah, what's the question?
A lesson that you learned from Peter back, like you were 19, 20 back
I
then?
learned everything from him. Everything about the fight business I learned from him.
Everything you still hold, the principles you still apply now?
Well, different. I mean, learned the fight game from him. And then I had to get into, when Lorenzo, Frank, and I did our first live event, we'd never done a production ever. We'd never done production. It was our first time ever. So there's obviously been a lot of on the job, training for me. And, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Peter.
And it's amazing how, just to follow up on that, the expectations, they grow bigger every year. You just mentioned Spain. I mean, that's a long way away from your first ever production. I mean, it's amazing. Again, the growth year by year.
Yeah, well, the two biggest things that first, the Sphere. I mean, I thought we'd open the gateway, and you notice nobody's going to the fucking Sphere to try to do what we did. Literally nobody is. And then now pulling off the White House is the Sphere was technically challenging, and this is going to be logistically challenging.
And in terms of, you mentioned Spain, Madrid, Barcelona, probably the big cities if you did get to go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
John over here from Tunnel Vision Sports. You kind of spoke about having a good problem in this aspect. How do you feel about the overall depth of the current fighters on your roster in a full circle moment?
How do I feel about the what?
The depth of your current roster.
The entire roster?
The entire, from all the divisions. How do you feel about the talent the UFC has?
Really good. I think that if you start to, I mean, the 55-pound division is nasty. Now 70's nasty. I mean, as you go, when you look at the top 15 in all of the weight classes, we're in a pretty good place. You go through, it goes like this with different weight classes at different points in time. But yeah, we're really happy with where we're at.
Dana, around here, I know you're a big boxing fan. Did you happen to catch the Conor Ben Chris Eubank Jr. rematch? No?
I didn't see it, but I got the updates on it. Yeah, but I didn't see it.
And
I heard this crowd was going crazy out there. The fight was that everybody was really into the fight.
Yeah, and did you see the fight that's reportedly being worked on for December 19th in Miami?
Did I see the fight being worked on December 19th in Miami?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know which fight I'm talking about?
No.
Fair enough.
Oh, Jesus. That's a fucking bad idea. That's a bad idea. But let me tell you what. A lot of people watch that one.
Will you watch it?
Sure. You know what everybody's tuning in for on that one. I think everybody's going to get what they've finally been waiting for.
Dana over here.
Mm-hmm.
Back here. I know you mentioned Islam joining the GOAT debate potentially. Where do you rank Khabib in terms of GOATs of coaches?
I don't know. I don't rank coaches as GOATs.
Dana, a quick one right over here.
Yep.
I know you spoke about Ethyn Ewing already, but this is a guy who came across the country on 2 days' notice, shocked the world, and changed his life. What kind of message or notice do you think other fighters or lessons other fighters should take from something like that?
Well, I don't know if there's lessons to be learned by that. You're either that guy or you're not. It's not something like, oh, that guy did it, I should probably do that too. You're built differently than everybody else is, and yeah, it's just even John Jones. I mean, you guys know how I feel about John Jones. John Jones turned down a short notice fight against Chael Sonnen because his team told him to. That's one of the most fucking. I still get mad when I think about it. How fucking dumb that was. But this kid's wired differently than a lot of people are.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Dana, can you reflect on your relationship with ESPN
and also look forward to the relationship with CBS Paramount Plus?
Yeah, all the Paramount CBS people are here tonight, and these guys are so fired up about this relationship. It just fires us up even more. So we're excited about it. And I look at, the path that we've taken to get here. We started on Spike TV. From there, we went to Fox. Then we went to ESPN, and now we have this Paramount deal. It's almost like it's been the perfect trajectory. And, I say it all the time publicly. I had a little bit of a rocky start with ESPN in a couple of different departments, but we ended up having an incredible relationship with them. And, I have a lot of respect for ESPN and all the people that work there, and I appreciate everything they did for this company over the last 7 years.
Quick follow-up. How is Aspinall gone in the mix to be the first Paramount Plus CBS match?
We haven't even talked or thought about anything. And yeah, when I tell you guys that February, we were literally not even thinking about the White House fight yet, because I want to see how the rest of this year plays out.
Hey, Dana, what are your thoughts about Michael Morales' wins and what you should think is next for him?
Thoughts on Michael Morales? What do you think should be next for him? Michael Morales.
I don't know, sir. We won't think about that till Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one for me, going back to John Jones. I think you said yesterday he has nothing to apologize to you for. Did he ever apologize about the Chael Sonnen thing? Does he need to apologize?
I don't know if he did. I don't think so. I think that he was in a position where he had coaches in a team and they all wanted to have input into what he did, and he listened to them, and fucking that's crazy. Anyway, yeah, no. I talked to John Jones last night, actually. Yeah. I got nothing to say about it. I don't know. I just talked to him last night. Good? Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Hello, everyone. Same concept. We're going to start with all the questions from North America in English, and any questions in Spanish, we'll leave it for after.
Valentina, here to your right. Congratulations. That was an extremely dominant and impressive performance. How did it go relative to your expectations and your game plan?
Hard to say. I definitely expected a lot of. I was preparing for a war. I even took all my anti-inflammatory pills with me because I didn't know how I'm gonna walk out from the octagon. But I feel that as a training camp and all trainings, what I did and in preparation for this fight, it was so hard that it's helped me to have more less hard fight. But it was not something that I felt like, oh, it's going to be easy, something like that. Or during the fight, I felt, no. During the fight, from the very beginning to the very end, I could not let myself to be very sure, oh, it's going great and I relaxed now. No, because fighting with the highest level opponent, Weili, and she's highest level opponent, very dangerous in every moment. And knowing that she has this knockout power, one punch, it's kind of like when I saw I had several body kicks that it's kind of like was, yeah, one more and it's gonna be it. But then you have to remember, if you approach too early, too soon, there is a punch that's gonna hit you very hard and you might be like finish on the ground, on the floor, and you don't want to do that. That's why I say the highest level, it's every time they don't so you don't have any right to make any mistake. That's why, for example, we can see so many knockouts or like other when the level of the fighters a little bit different, but when the level is kind of like the same and the highest, it's going to be more struggle between each other.
What does it say about you that you can go in there and win every round against someone that you consider to be such a high level fighter?
I don't know. You tell me what it say about me.
I think it says you're one of the best ever, and you have the
Good to
records now.
hear.
Yes, of
Very
course. Does that mean anything to you tonight to tie Amanda Nunes's record for most championship fights in women's history?
And this term, it doesn't mean for me like to tie. I'm not chasing here to tie someone or like anything. No, but the victory over someone as Weili, it means a lot. And it's not only about the fight, but this preparation for the fight. It was one of the largest, longest and hardest training camp I ever had, especially like I felt this morning I woke up and I had that feeling that I just fought in Montreal and now I have to do it again. It's like so back to back for me because training never stopped and training camp never stopped. That's why it's very important. This victory is very important for me.
You told me to ask you after the fight when we spoke before about Kayla Harrison saying she would like to fight you at 135 at the White House if you won this. What do you think about that now?
I think it's one of the possibilities, yes, and I consider that. It's kind of like for now, I want to take care of injuries, what I have. That's kind of like migrating from training camp to training camp with me. But after like maybe a week or something like that, we will have our conversation with my team, with my coach Pavel, and decide what is next, because I feel there is good challengers in flyweight as well. Erin, Natalia, and bantamweight, now we have Amanda or Kyla. And I would say probably fans would love to see Amanda trilogy because it was unfinished business, but in the same time, it's unclear yet, is she return or not return? Is she fighting or not fighting? And also it's unknown in what shape she's gonna return, like half Amanda or maybe full Amanda, who knows? Yeah, but Kyla, it's also one of the possibility, and it's gonna be another like super challenge.
Right here. You know, Weili didn't seem very committal on staying at flyweight or going back to strawweight. So after spending time in there, do you think she has the physical tools to stay in this division, or do you think she would be better off going back to strawweight?
Oh yeah, definitely. She has all the tools, physical tools in the flyweight division, and it's up to her if she want to stay here or she want to go back to strawweight. It's all up to her, but she has it all in both weight classes.
How hard did she hit compared to some of your previous opponents that you fought for the title?
Hard to say, because I was like, I was not there to receive the punch. I was there to manage the distance.
Understood. And as far as kind of the size, it really just seemed like you were able to bully her. You know, your size advantage was pretty clear. And I'm not saying you were just kind of throwing her around because you were larger. You obviously have very good takedowns. We've seen that part of your game. But did you notice that that was kind of something that was very much a clear advantage that you're just like, well, I'm just going to keep going to the well for this because it's working?
It was very rare occasions where I fight someone who is shorter than me. Usually in all my career, doesn't matter if it's flyweight, bantamweight, every time like my opponents are taller, like, and I have to battle with managing the distance, the range and everything. But I would say Jessica Andrade and Weili, the only fighters who was a little bit shorter than me. And I say that I like it.
I was going to say, is that a preferable situation for you? So I mean, I think that's pretty much it. You covered me. Thank you.
Valentina right here in the front. Going very similar question that he just asked. The commentators, they kept saying during the fight that you were so much bigger than her, you're stronger than her. There's a reason why there was weight classes. But then the fight right after, we saw someone move up in weight and dominate, very similar to how you did. Do you think that maybe that is getting stressed too much and not how great your wrestling was? I mean, if you think about it, Tatiana Suarez is a very decorated wrestler, and she couldn't take Weili down, and you took her down with ease.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, there is all levels, and I feel definitely I don't say that it's just the size, because if it's only the size, it never will like bring any victory, only the size. For example, my previous opponent from France, she was bigger than me. She was like taller, and I have to battle it. And I did what I have to do. I won the fight. And managing like throwing the distance, the control, the punches, it's not about size. It's about how good you control your body, like weight, and like how good you can manage this, because it's you can be big but without a good control. You have to know your skills, and it's only come with experience. And I would say it is everything what I did today in the fight, it's only because of my experience in martial arts. 32 years, it's not a joke. Do every time what I have to do for like to make this fight exactly how it was.
Valentina back here. Congratulations on the victory. What was it like to share the card with another GOAT like Islam Makhachev, another legend?
It's amazing. It's a huge card. It's in Madison Square Garden, and definitely it's one of the last events of the year. And definitely so many bright and big names. And Islam, he did a very good job, and my congratulations to him. But the specific of our job, what we are doing, it's kind of like very hard to actually in the moment think about it. You don't think about fight card, you don't think about venue, you don't think about anything else, just your opponent in front of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi, Valentina. Congrats first. Last time we spoke together was in Montreal, and you told me the thing that you love when you see in the eyes of your opponent when they break. When did that happen with Weili tonight? And does her surprise you in any kind of way?
I would say like after the second round, she already felt, but as I'm saying, she's such a professional and experienced fighter that you cannot like discard that, yeah, they're broken. No, she was fighting till the end. But, funny that one of the moment in the fourth and fifth round, she was talking to her corners. So she was asking them something. I don't know, maybe it was something what you are saying about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've been able to stand in the ring with the best of them, and Weili also being one of the most prominent fighters in the world as well. When you fought Nunes and other fighters like that, how much did those moments, those key moments in big fights, prepare you for a fight like this?
Every fight, And it's not only big fight against champion. Every single fight, it's teach you something. Even you are thinking it's gonna be, oh, okay, it's another challenge, and no, it's gonna teach you like so much, and it's good. It's very good. It's adding more experience, more knowledge in for your future, and it's very important. More fights is better. When I, for example, just was starting my career, I was fighting everywhere. I was fighting taekwondo, all like North, South Korean, karate, all like Kyokushinkai, Sitaru, Shotokan, all types. I was like, my coach Pavel was like, had so many friends in different organization, and he was someone calling. It's like, we have competition to like this Saturday in karate. Do you want to participate? And yeah, I have. I will send some students. So I fought there. Then the next week, like different rules, different competition, and that is what I say developed me as a complete fighter, as a universal fighter. But now it's good that MMA young fighters, they don't have to do all of this. They just come and train MMA, because MMA it's a sport itself. It's very beautiful, very, very universal, and very versatile sports that I love so much.
Valentina, enhorabuena por la victoria. Disculpas por repetir las preguntas porque ya lo has dicho en inglés, pero en castellano te quería preguntar. Has mencionado a Natalia y a Erin como posibles rivales que te emocionan. También la posibilidad de subir a disputar con Kayla o con Amanda. Si tuvieras que escoger, ¿quién te emociona más? ¿Quién te gustaría más enfrentar realmente?
De verdad, en este momento yo creo que Amanda, porque es como algo que no está acabado todavía, y toda la gente, si quieren ver esta trilogía, si quieren ver esta pelea, y de verdad, yo no sé cómo ella se siente, yo refiero como peleadora, si todavía tiene este fuego inside de ella, porque es también muy importante. Si solamente peleador viene a pelear por dinero, no es vale nada. Tienen que tener este fuego adentro.
El miércoles te preguntaba si antes de esta pelea y del resultado que hubiera, te considerabas o se te podía considerar ya la mejor peleadora de la historia. Ahora que has ganado esta pelea, ¿qué consideras?
No es por mí decidir. No, nunca no voy a decirlo. No.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Valentina, ¿cómo estás? Felicitaciones por la victoria.
Gracias.
Se da como un poquito de mérito, siento, porque te dicen de que Sean Willy era muy chiquita para ti, por eso que no hizo el trabajo, pero cuando tú peleaste con Amanda Nunes, tú le diste muchas ventajas físicas e inclusive se olvidan de que la segunda pelea mucha gente te vio ganar a ti. Entonces pienso que realmente, no sé, veo como que hay cierta injusticia en que se habla de que tú ganaste porque tú estabas en ventaja, pero has estado en ventaja y has ganado.
Yo creo que de verdad no escuché esto, que ellos estaban diciendo que es muy chiquita o algo así. Cuando antes de la pelea, toda esta semana de la pelea, todo el mundo dijeron que muy parejas, y mucha gente pensaban que ella va a ganar. Sí, entonces eso sí yo escuché, pero como yo dije, ventaja no es tamaño, ventaja es experiencia, ventaja es todo que yo he practicado por 32 años, que hago artes marciales, es verdadera la ventaja.
Claro, y definitivamente la gente está viendo una trilogía porque la segunda pelea, o sea, las dos fueron cerradas, pero la segunda pelea, de verdad que la mayoría de la gente te vio ganar.
Otra persona todavía tiene que regresar al deporte. No podemos tener una pelea sin contrincante que todavía está descansando.
Sí, bueno, aprovecho, repito. Sí, te hemos visto manejando mucho la distancia, mucho la contra, incluso estando no estática, pero parada mientras ella intentaba buscar los ángulos. ¿Cuál era el game plan que tenías para pelear con ella? ¿Era ese? ¿Era buscarle más la contra?
De verdad, siempre cuando salgo a una pelea, no es algún game plan que es fijo, es siempre movido. Nosotros cuando entrenamos todo. Entrenamos distancia, entrenamos grappling, wrestling, todo es posible, porque un peleador de artista marcial no puede permitir no saber algo bien. Tiene que saber y dominar en todos los aspectos. Y de verdad, yo cuando salgo a la pelea, lo tengo todo preparado y listo para que depende de acciones de mi rival, yo voy a escoger la táctica. Esto es yo creo que la más importante porque es sentimiento. Cuando tú sientes cómo va la pelea, porque si tú tienes un game plan, tal vez no funciona. Tú tienes otro plan, tal vez no funciona. Tú tienes que corregir y cambiar todo muy pronto, muy rápido. No tienes tiempo de regresar a tu esquina y escuchar qué ellos te van a decir. Tú tienes que tomar decisión ya. Pero por eso tú tienes que entrenar mucho en todos aspectos. Y yo siempre cuando salgo en la pelea, yo tengo todo listo, preparado, pero verdadero plan va a salir depende de mi contenido.
Y si no me equivoco, te vimos por España unos meses antes de la pelea. ¿Te volveremos a ver pronto? ¿Hay algún sitio específico en el que te gustaría ir a entrenar o visitar?
Me encanta. Yo estuve en España porque nosotros viajamos en Marruecos, en Tánger, y ahí cruzando en español, ¿cómo decir? La tarifa. Sí, entonces, estrecho, sí, exacto. Y nosotros, sí, claro, estando en Tánger, tomamos esta oportunidad y viajamos a España, pero sí, me encanta. Yo nunca no estuve en España por otras ciudades, pero mi entrenador, él estaba en Barcelona, dice que es muy bonito, muy lindo y sí, de verdad me gustaría conocer mucho. Gracias. Sí, gracias.
Islam down here too, right? Congratulations. I know this is a moment you've dreamt of for your entire career as long as we've talked to you. How good does it feel to have it happen compared to all your dreams about it?
Feel so happy. I stay now, like try to control, but It's the biggest day in my life, and so happy to be double UFC champion in Madison Square Garden. And what I told all fight week is my dream today.
Did you think that it was going to be that one-sided? Were you expecting Jack to maybe show a little more resistance on the ground or the feet?
When I take him down first time, I feel it's gonna be long night, and I can do whatever I want in the ground, because I expect for him, like, he gonna try to get up, but we watch his all fights. He have couple like sweep, couple things in the ground, but I block him there, and that's why I make this easy.
What did you say to Craig Jones after?
I told him, your jiu-jitsu not working. You have to come to Dagestan for 2-3 years.
What did he say?
He started laughing. He told Khabib, I will come Dagestan.
This is obviously your first fight at welterweight. How much better do you think the performances can get as you grow into this weight class?
Yeah, I will. I feel better today. I feel like I never feel before, I feel more power, more confident when I strike, when I move, I see all his punches, and I feel much better today. I feel I can control anyone in the ground, and I never feel like that, sure.
What do you think that going forward, like in this division, a lot of good guys, some big performances tonight. Ilya called you out. Michael Morales and Carlos Pratis both want a shot. Shavkat wants a shot. Usman wants a shot. Who's the guy?
Everybody wants something. Yeah, this is the much competitive division right now. Welterweight, sure, 100%. Like a lot of young guys who fought today. Next week's gonna fight couple guys, and also Kamaru, Tapuria, all killers want to take my belts. No. I don't give it, I working so hard to be double champion, and I feel today I don't have to cut much weight, and I'm gonna defend my belt many times more.
Tapuria, I don't know if you saw his tweet. He said you're like the most boring fighter in the UFC or something like that. I know you said to ask you about him after the fight at Media Day. Can you give us your full thoughts on a fight with him now?
No injury, nothing. I don't feel any pains. I'm ready. Who is gonna be next? Let's do this, and I will make it easy. And today I show you, Jake's one of the best in this game. One of the hardest opponent. That's why I prepare so hard to make this easy, and this is our plan. And I did exactly. He defends. I try to do some chokes, try to make Kimura, but he defends very well. But I make this easy because I training so hard.
And I know you said you didn't want to think about the double champ, the 16 fight winning streak, the Anderson Silva record before the fight, but you've done all that now. Dana was in here. He said you're part of the GOAT talk now, especially if you defend that belt a few times.
You ask Dana, I'm the pound for pound best fighter right now.
He said you should be #1 pound for pound.
Okay, thank you. I don't know which record we have to beat now. What's the record?
Well, one more and you'll have the longest winning streak in
Okay,
UFC history.
let's do this. I'm ready. What I told, life is changed. No more cutting weight, and I feel better in welterweight.
And just last one, you're obviously getting ready for the fight backstage, and a huge brawl breaks out with some of your teammates and Dylan Dennis. Dana was in here talking about it. He said it was his fault letting them sit too close to each other, but was that a distraction at all, or what did you think of all that?
When you talk about someone like last 5 years, you talk about someone, when you meet them, как будто ты должен отвечать за свои слова.
You have to answer to what you said.
You have to answer what you said, And today, I don't think he answered, And he still say a lot of bad things about our team. And today he coming and somebody just meet him. he talk about this guy's bad, and today the guys just meet him. That's it.
Dana said he's banned from UFC events for life, so he'll never be back to one.
He have to ban from this country also.
Islam, of all the welterweights that fought today, who do you think had the most impressive performance besides yourself?
From today? Yeah, I saw the both fights, Man. Prates, he beat former champion, like clear knockout. They're both very good, very tough, young. And I surprised how these guys who smoke all day beat the former champion,
He said, Carlos Prates said that's what Nutella will do for you, the power.
I don't know who like his nutritionist, These guys look big, but he not cut much weight, But he is good, like crazy performance. Finish former champion, like make it easy.
And then in terms of your fight, did you feel like you had broken Jack in there? Because between rounds, when the camera was on him, he looked like he was struggling to get up and off the stool.
First couple rounds, he tried more, do some things, but third and after like champions round, I feel he not gonna stand, And these guys, my corners, they pressure me, hold him there, like beat him in the ground. But in the striking also, he's not fast, I saw his all punches, and he become like a little bit tired after the first round, and I can strike with him, but just want to make it easy.
Did you toss Ali in there in the octagon?
Yeah, I show him judo technique.
Islam, when you talk about Jack's grappling, why exactly are you so much better at it? Is it a strength thing? Is it a technique thing? Does he not know as much as you? Why is it that you were able to control him so easily?
Because I have more skills in the ground, honestly, and I feel power today. I feel I can like hold him like no problem. And I don't know how it's called, these things what he make for like Bilal, for everybody. He tried to make these sweeps on me also, but I just put the underhook and control him. I think he just have one move in the ground. I just block this move and that's it.
Do you think there was a moment in the fight, maybe after the first or second round, where he started concentrating on not getting submitted rather than getting up?
Yeah. From the choke, he defends very well. And when I just put my arm, the corners tried to told him, hey, two hands, control his hand by two hands, and he defends very well. And
well, maybe that's what Craig Jones taught him, was just how
he's the best shot in this fight when he give me legs in the end of the first round.
Islam, right over here. You met, or in this camp, in the lead up to this, you did 3 parts in 3 different countries to prepare for this fight. How happy are you with the camp you had and the decisions your team made to help you get prepared for this fight?
Yeah, I told them last week, this is the hardest camp in my life. First camp, usually first camp, you're just beginning to be like in shape, to back in the shape. But first camp, it was like hardest camp. We was in the mountain in the Kislovodsk. It's one of the city in Russia. They have big Olympic center for all Olympic sports. And I spent 3 weeks, and we did a lot of weights, and I eat on time to gain weight. I have one of the coach. He's one of the head coach of Taekwondo Russian team. His name Saifullah. I did with him like crazy job, and the first camp hardest one, and I improved a lot from that camp. What just we need, gain weight to become strong, to become big, and this is from the first camp.
And obviously your team helped you prepare like they always do, but this fight, everybody helped you in terms of, bulking up and then training partners and stuff like that. Your coaches, the guys in your corner tonight, what does it mean to bring this victory back to the whole entire team?
This is what I have today do to make them happy. We support and help each other, not for the money, for the some things, you know. Just I win, they're happy, you know. And same things when someone fight from the other our team, I go to help them. I don't have fight. I just go to the camp, help them. Second camp, what we did in Dubai, we just go to Dubai to support, to help Usman and Omar to prepare. We go all team. We went to Dubai, just help these two guys to become better, you know. And we wish like to each other to become better, you know, not because of money, because of something, because we're all brothers.
And last for me, I hate to use the word easy because nothing of what you did this week, this month, the past couple months are easy. But where does this fight rank in terms of one of your easiest, you know, wins?
Oh, good question. Camps is the one of the hardest one. This is the hardest camps, but fights, maybe I beat second time I beat Volk, this by knockout, and the last fight I choke. But this today is easy also, but I not finish him, you know.
Thank you.
Islam right in front of you. Congratulations on the victory tonight.
Thank you.
So heading into the event tonight, Zhang Weili was in a very similar situation as you was. She's obviously a long reigning champion, dominant, one of the greatest fighters ever. She moved up. Unfortunately for her, she struggled tonight, couldn't get the second belt. Do you think that kind of reflects to show how incredible a feat it was for you to be able to do that?
Honestly, I saw Zhang Weili. She looks small, you know, in this fight. That's why Valentina make his job like very also easy. He just close the hand and always take her down, you know. And maybe she not working on that moment to gain weight, to become a little bit big, you know, because this is the big difference. When you change the weight class, you have to be not just eat and become big, you know. You have to do right job to become stronger, become bigger.
My second question, I know Dana didn't say who you're going to fight next. You didn't really say either, but Michael Morales was just in here, and I said to him, you know, everybody that has faced you said they either can stop your takedowns or they can get up if you take them down, and it seems like nobody can do that. And then I asked him what makes him different. Why can he stop your takedowns? And he kind of flipped the question. He said, everybody says they can take me down, and nobody has been able to take me down yet. What makes Islam special to take me down?
Same things everybody say. I'm gonna knock out Islam. It's if I stay, they're gonna knock me out. But I'm gonna try 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He gonna defend, but I'm gonna still going. And I told you guys in the welterweight, I don't think someone can stop my wrestling.
And my last question. During this run, the only person to even give you a competitive fight, it seemed like, was the Alex Volkanovski in the first fight. Do you think the run you're on and how dominant you are, moving up a weight class and everything, just kind of shows how great of a fighter Alex Volkanovski is, and especially at that time?
Sure, Volkanovski, like, give me like hardest fight in my life, maybe. But that day in Australia, this is the baddest day for me and for some of the fighters to fight. 5 in the morning. We wake up 5 in the morning and someone go to the arena 5 a.m. in the morning. How you can fight, you know? I am like so lucky to fight last one. I fight like 10 or 11. And that's why he gave me hardest fight there. And that's it.
Islam, I'll tell you right. You got a lot of love from New York throughout this week. You know, when
I'm also surprised. You know,
you were surprised.
Yeah.
Why were you surprised?
Because always in US, the old people, the crowd not in my side.
And obviously, yeah, it was very monstrous. Everyone was really supportive of you at the press conference, and then tonight they were chanting Islam, Islam,
Yeah.
Islam. I mean, you've never had that in America. What do you think kind of brought them to your side, though?
Yeah. Maybe people start to like me. I don't know, but when all my life when I travel somewhere, Australia or Abu Dhabi, also people support me always, and but US fan start to love me.
Are you expecting the kind of similar reception next time you fight in America?
I hope.
Now, obviously, you put together a really impressive performance in there. You're thinking, okay, I've finally achieved this dream. I got my welterweight championship. At what point do you start maybe wondering, could I go for a third championship? Is that a thing or no?
Wow, DC bring me cake in the locker room. It's gonna be so hard. I don't know. Today I feel great. I feel I'm ready to fight anyone. In the lightweight, it's so difficult to cut weight, to recover well, to show you good performance. But today I feel this is my weight division, and I'm gonna defend my belt many times more.
And the last one for me, you took a water from in front of me when you were walking back to the cage afterward. What did you end up doing with that water?
Thank you. So sorry, but I was want to water. That's why.
Okay.
I almost finished this water.
It wasn't my water anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Islam, congratulations on your achievement. You've mentioned how special it was for you. But I was wondering, Dana mentioned before that 20 years or 10 years ago, Khabib's father said to him that Khabib was going to have a run, he was going to be a champion, and then you would be the champion and you would defend for many times. I was wondering, how proud do you think Khabib's father would be if he could have seen you achieve this, and what would have he said?
Yeah,
He would be proud.
Yeah, he will be proud of me. And the lightweight in our gym is the one of the competitive division. Like we have PFL champion Usman, we have Janko already like big star, even not fighting in UFC. And we have a lot of more guys who gonna come and control the lightweight in UFC very soon.
Landed the cleanest shots. Apparently, Chanko landed the cleanest shots in Dillon Danis. Do you think that would make him more of a star?
Janko is a good striker. Let's don't talk about the shit person. We're gonna smell the shit. We're gonna still talking about the shit person. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all life. You promote me always. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
got some Mary in my backpack. Abstract sword, I got some pen and paper. Fit the whiskey, coke, berry flapjacks. Roll it up and put it to my lips, no need to pass that. So up in summertime, I undermine the underlying fact that I scrape pennies, but I want a dime. She's something else, I got it now. Well, yeah, my dude, she's something fine. And since I got a shot at her, they salty. I tell them suck a lime, I wasn't mine. Now I'm just clowning, trying to scrape a number. Smile after I take it from her. Copacetic today, but in 2 days disintegrate to bummers. I thought I won her over, but I just created blunders. The game I hate and love her. Thinking back to times of playing B because of breaking rubbers. I was a wild child and still extra. All these women still extra. I'm just trying to find an ill chick and a chill spectrum to make my broken heart feel better. Let the ship set sail off to adventure. Got some Mary in my backpack. Abstract sword, I got some pen and paper. Fit the whiskey, coke, berry flapjacks. Roll it up and put it to my lips, no need to pass. Let the ship set sail off to adventure. Got some Mary in my backpack. Abstract sword, I got some pen and paper. Fit the whiskey, coke, berry flapjacks. Roll it up and put it to my lips, no need to pass that. Pass that.